future in celebration of United Nations Day. I am Maria Hazel Preclaro Ongtenco, an assistant professor of early literacy education from the College of Education, and I will be your moderator and host for today. This event is in partnership with the National Youth Commission, United Nations Development Program, or UNDP Philippines, 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated, Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, or YACAP, and the University of the Philippines Volunteers for Children, or UP-VFC. The launch of the Susie for Sustainability book series is specifically in collaboration with the University of the Philippines Los Baños College of Development Communication. And now, to officially open the program and give the opening remarks, may I call on the Director of UP Cephal, Philippines, Dr. Michelle Palumbarit.
A pleasant day to all of us. Again, my name is Michelle, the director of UP Cephal Philippines, and actually an associate professor of the Asian Center. Um, it is my belief that in one way or another, we have all been affected by Typhoon Christine. Believe me, whenever I watch the news or look around my neighborhood in the past few days, my heart ached because I too felt and even experienced the wrath of Typhoon Christine. I currently live in Bulacan, San Jose del Monte to be exact. I thought that being under tropical cyclone wind signal number 2 was bearable until the strong winds blew so hard and shook our house in the evenings of October 24th and 25th with my family in it. To be honest, I don't religiously pray every day, but on those evenings, I was terribly afraid, not only for my life, but for the lives of my loved ones. And so I prayed from the depths of my soul to God, the one I put my faith in, to spare us from danger. Perhaps God felt the desperation and hope of sense and the sense of hopelessness in my prayer. He heard the cries of my soul, and for that I am always grateful. I know that many of us experience the same or even worse. As such, I am deeply humbled and really grateful for your attendance online and more especially on site for coming here together to this event organized by UP Cephal Philippines, specifically by my hardworking and dedicated staff. Truly, your presence has made this event more special and more special as well to the children and young people who are considered, as to quote, critical agents of positive change and have the potential to contribute to peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights, as stated in the latest document, Pact for the Future of the United Nations Summit of the Future, adopted by world leaders just last month. We are here not only to explore, recognize, and highlight their potentials, but also to remind them that us, those who are young at heart, that we care and that we will continue to work with them to attain a sustainable future. I am delighted to share with you that the morning session will showcase the launching of our first ever storybooks on SDGs, Susie for Sustainability, and will be, take note, be read by the undergraduate students, their representatives who wrote this. So meanwhile, the afternoon session will delve into the potentials and involvement of the youth in addressing issues surrounding the SDGs in their own unique, creative, and innovative ways. But before I end this speech, I really would like to thank Professor Liza Cabrera and Sir AJ for really coming all the way from Los Baños. And I wish you more learning and wisdom in our event today. And once again, thank you so much for your presence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a heartfelt sharing, Dr. Palumbari. As we exercise our personal faith in, again, surviving such trying situations, we do too need to exercise our own agency by working towards the realization of the SDGs. So today, kikilalanin po natin si Susie ng mas masinsinan. Um, and now to provide us with a background on the project, let us please welcome Mr. Mark Vicente Mercene, a program officer of the UP Cephal, Philippines.
So good morning to everyone. So I'm here to introduce to you the Susie for Sustainability. The 2030 Sustainable Development Goals is a vision of the United Nations where no one is left behind and all the issues that affect the people on the ground are addressed. With the United Nations Institute for Training and Research and the University of the Philippines System, the UPCPAL Philippines was established to promote this vision, especially in the thematic areas of migration and gender equality. Since 2016, through our research projects, professional courses, forums, and community extension services, we have succeeded in influencing and capacitating authorities and leaders from international organizations, government agencies, educational institutions, and even businesses to join us in this mission for a sustainable future. As we move forward, the center believes that there is a need to involve all members of the community, most especially the youngest stakeholders, the children, and the youth in general, who we see as the leaders and authorities of the future. To materialize this vision of onboarding more children in our mission, we partnered with the UPLB College of Development Communication to produce storybooks that will inspire young minds to embody the SDGs. That is how the storybook series of the Susie for Sustainability materialized. This project was made into reality with the media-based learning system class of UPLB CDC, led by Dr. Lisa Cabrera. The storybook series underwent a systematic process of making sure that the books are aligned with the current needs of the new generation, involving selected pupils of Lopez Elementary School. Through a scientific inquiry, we got to identify the four priority SDGs for the center's first storybook series. We have Susie for Sustainability, She Wants to Be a Firefighter, for SDG 5, Gender Equality. Susie for Sustainability, A Journey Towards Equality, for SDG 10, Reduce Inequalities. Susie for Sustainability, Susie and Leafy's Green Neighborhood, for SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. And last, Susie for Sustainability, Hand in Hand for Partnership, for SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals. These four books were produced along with an SDG introductory material, Susie for Sustainability, Knowing the SDGs. UPCPAL Philippines is confident of the effectiveness of this storybook series as this is made by the youth with the children and for the children. We hope that the readers of this book will be inspired by how Susie and her community embodied the Sustainable Development Goals and realize that children and their small step can also make a difference. On behalf of the center and all the program officers who lead this project, especially my co-program lead, Mildred Sheda Liswi, we would like to express our gratitude to UPLB College of Development Communication, represented by the class of DevCom 1441L, Dr. Liz Cabrera, Assistant Prof. EJ Pine, and Dean Thea Tirol, as well as the whole administration of UP Los Baños, to Chancellor Jose Camacho Jr. Thank you to all of you for making this project a reality, and to everyone who is here to witness the official launch of this book series. Once again, this is Susie for Sustainability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mercene, for sharing with us the background of the project. Thank you for acknowledging, of course, our youngest stakeholders, the children, and recognizing their unique needs for the coming generations. And today, we shall get to know a little bit more about SGD 5, 10, 11, and 17, thanks to the Susie storybooks, made for children and made with children and made for children. So now that we already have a background of the collaboration between the UP Cephal Philippines and the UPLB College of Development Communication, let us now hear the experiences of the students during the book production. This will be shared by Mr. John Michael Monteron, a representative of the DevCom 144 class. Let us give a round of applause to Mr. Monteron.
Hello, mabuhay. Pleasant morning to you all. So, una-una po sa lahat, sana po ay safe at nakaka-recover kayong lahat from Bagyong Christine. At masaya po kami dito na nandito kami ngayon from the College of Development Communication, UP Los Baños. We would like to thank UP Cephal for having us here. At isang karangalan po na nandito kami ngayon. So I'll walk you through the process po, no? Kung paano nga po ba nag-materialize, sino nga ba si Susie or kung paano siya nabuo at kung paano nabuo yung book series namin. Pero first of all, gusto ko po muna kayong tanungin. Sino po ba dito yung nanonood pa ng cartoons kahit matatanda na mahilig pa manood ng cartoons yan, di ba? Ako din po kasi kapag nasa-stress ako, lalo na kapag sa akas, gusto ko mag-break. Nanonood po ako ng SpongeBob, ganyan. Mga Wings Club. Kaya yung mga pinapanood ko. Kasi iba yung feel, ibabasa or nanonood ka para naman. Ayun. So, ayun. Siya natanong. So, one of our biggest challenge while making the story is really to for 5 years old, 8 years old. Yun talaga yung hirap niya. Tapos, sa paggawa namin ng book, grabe yung pinagdaanan talaga namin. Kasi hindi naging madali yung proseso na as na mga bata eh. So, kailangan pati yung design, we have to retrofit it for the children. Yung iba pwedeng isipin na, ay, drawing lang naman. Pero hindi eh. Kailangan i-consider yung art style, yung characterization ng characters, and even sa mga colors na ginamit namin sa storybook. Very crucial na part yung art design kasi yun yung pupukaw dun sa atensyon ng aming audience, which is yung children. Ngayon naman, gusto ko rin sabihin kung paano nga ba namin yung naging proseso, no? Kasi in DevCom, gumagamit kami ng LNA, which is Learning Needs Assessment. So kinukonduct muna namin siya sa stakeholders namin. Kung saan nagko-conduct kami ng interview. Pero usually, ginagawa siya as questionnaire type interview. Pero kasi children yung stakeholders namin ngayon. So, it's really a big challenge for us. Kaya ang ginawa namin, gumawa kami ng flashcards. Ganon. Tapos, yung flashcards, it contains symbols and signs na mag-associate dun sa mga SDGs, like all the 17 SDGs. Hanggang sa na-trim down namin siya sa 4. At itong 4 na ito, yung pinaka-prominent na hindi gaano pakilala ng mga bata doon sa partner community namin. Kaya nabuo po ang SDG 5, Gender Equality, SDG 10, Reduce Inequalities, SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, SDG 17, Partnerships, Goals. Gusto ko na nag-punta rin dito is laging may sinasabi medyo kasi dapat we put premium on our stakeholders. Kasi sa kanila naman ang gagaling yung storya eh. Nililift lang natin yung istorya at nag-create tayo into a creative, artful medium na mas ma-appreciate nila kung ano yung SDG. Ngayon, with the result of our LNA, dito na nga po nabuo si Susie. At bakit si Susie? Kasi nga po, because one of our SDG is SDG 5. Yun yung na-identify namin na isang SDG na hindi masyadong kilala ng mga bata. And we want kids, especially young girls, to have a representation and address the gap between genders. Mahirap, hindi nagmamadali for us na mag one-on-one interview talaga. Sometimes, aminin na natin no, na tayo may superiority complex to complex. Aminin natin yun natin. Diba? Guess na rin to. Pero sabi niya, kabataan ang pag-asa, diba? So, let's listen to children. Kasi iba yung perspective na nabibigay nila when we make stories. And now the challenge for us is how we popularize, promote, and share these storybooks to a wider audience. And I want us to remember that Susie is not just a character in our storybook. She's a representation of many children from different communities. At itong mga batang ito, ang puso na aming story. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Monte. There truly is a dearth of material written for young children, especially when it comes to special. There are many factors that have come into the production of these books. You consider child development, scientific process, art design, materials production, and in the words nga naman of Sir Monteron kanina, know thy audience. So let me use a buzzword too, that it's time for children to be seen. But you added a good point by saying not only seen, but heard. So thank you for that. Let's continue with the program by going to the formal launch of the book. The first to give her message is Dr. Liza Cabrera, the DevCom 144 faculty in charge. Assistant Professor Liza Cabrera is a faculty member of the Department of Educational Communication, College of Development. Baños. She teaches educational communication courses, multimedia production, communication theory and research, and development writing. She has a degree in BS Food Technology from UP Los Baños and MS and PhD degrees in Development Communication from UP Los Baños Graduate School. As part of her PhD program, she took visual communication courses under the Master of Fine Arts program, or MFA, at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. Assistant Professor Cabrera has conducted research and extension in gender and development, health and nutrition, and food safety. She is also into visual design and arts research. She has done paintings of women and mandalas of sustainable development goals. Let us please welcome Dr. Liza Cabrera.
Director Michelle Palumbari, to our partners, guests, students from College of Development Communication, good morning. It is such an honor to be part of this momentous event. We gather today to launch 5 storybooks for children about the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. The book features the characters, as mentioned earlier by our student representative, Mitch. And this book features stories of Susie's journey through sustainability. So the book, Knowing the SDGs, gives an overview of what SDGs are. A universal to poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all. Children of this world. So the book on SDG 5, Susie for Sustainability, She Wants to Be a Firefighter, is a story about empowerment of women and girls to stop discrimination against them. It is a reminder that every child's dream can come true. Susie in this book wants to be a firefighter. Child. Everybody must have equal opportunities. Equality and differences between and among the people in every country. Young leaders can join Susie as she journey along with her mother and learn about equality among the people from different walks of life. It is such an adventure, a book full of adventure. Next is Susie and Livin's Green Neighborhood. This is about SDG 11. It is a book about how Susie and her plan understood how valuable inclusive, resilient, and sustainable cities are. It is about aiming to renew and plan cities and other human settlements. Finally, the last book, Hand in Hand for Partnership, is a compelling, heartfelt story that is very relevant these days as we all experience the strong typhoon. It is about SDG 11. And this shows how partnerships, how working together, helping each other in the community, makes a difference. Make sure that all communities and countries work together. This is what the book is all about. I must say, these storybooks are more than just stories about the SDGs. They created, they are created by development communication students. And as mentioned, it has gone through a process. We uphold the process of being participatory. We visit, we listen, we visit communities, we listen to them, and we co-create these outputs with them. The children, the partner in Mars Marios community. So the students here are believe that communication should have a heart. These are not just class outputs for me. I've been challenging my students that every semester, what we do should not be just confined or just for submission, just confined in the four walls of the classroom. We can create outputs that can be useful for the community. And this has been a dream come true for me. For many years that I have taught DevCom 144, it's by the way, media-based learning system. We integrate media so that learning can be effective. And so we do something not just create something that go beyond the four walls of the classroom, something great and meaningful that we can impart to our community. I am very proud of my DevCom 144 students who have created these books. All the hard work, the sleepless nights paid off. Palakpakan po natin sila. Of course, we couldn't have done it without the support, the collaboration with UPCFAL Philippines, who partnered with us. There was just one afternoon that I was able to talk with Mr. Mark Mercedes and we already, identified as a possible partnership. So I'm very thankful to Director Michelle, to Mark and Mimi, and the whole UPCFAL team who coordinated with this class project. We are so grateful with the team who made this possible. I also want to express my gratitude to the Department of Educational Communication led by Chair Elijah Jesse Pine, and of course the College of Development Communication by Dean Maria Stella Tirol and the whole UPLB with Chancellor Camacho who have really encouraged us to do partnerships with organizations working on SDGs like UPCFAL Philippines. So to all who work together for these storybooks, thank you for bringing the SDG stories to life. Our young Filipino learners and readers will learn more about the SDGs. To be aware of this, the importance of this, and of course, appreciate them and apply them to their daily lives. We hope that these books will be the compass to the SDGs, which are our guiding star in building a better future, sustainable, equitable, and just. Thank you very much to all of you who joined us today for this book launching. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lisa. The SDG is, as she said, a universal. Children should be in on it. And so these storybooks made by DevCom 144, Susie for Sustainability Books, is not an output, but proof of a participatory process that works. Thank you very much, Ma'am Lisa, for your mentorship. Let's give her a hand. Okay. Next, to give another message, now from the Chancellor of the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Chancellor Jose V. Camacho, is Mr. Elijah Jesse. Because of an equally important engagement, Chancellor Jose Camacho cannot make it today, but the chair of the Department of Education is here to read his message. Please give a hand to Mr. Elijah Jesse Pino.
Hello. Pwede po bang tanggalin po siya? Right. Good morning, everyone. So as mentioned po kanina, no, I will be delivering the message on behalf of Chancellor Camacho. I'm sure he would have loved the champion of SDG. But because of an equally important meeting, especially because of the situation of the impact of Typhoon Christine in Los Baños, he had to stay no in Los Baños. To the director of UPCFAL Philippines, Associate Professor Michelle Palumbay, our esteemed faculty, college secretary from the UPLB College of Development Communication, Assistant Professor Liz Cabrera, fellow UP educators, students, partners, friends, and colleagues. Magandang umaga po sa inyo. It is truly a pleasure to join you today for the launch of the Susie for Sustainability Storybook Series as part of the Leaders of Tomorrow, Developing Pathways for a Sustainable Future event. Timing this book launch to coincide with United Nations Day reminds us of our commitment to building a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future. Whether through books, film, or any other medium, the power of stories to inspire curiosity, compassion, and a genuine sense of responsibility among audiences is undeniable. Today's event is not only about a storybook. It is about fostering a deep understanding of sustainability among the youth and encouraging them to envision a world where modern society exists in harmony with nature. The Susie for Sustainability series presents a unique opportunity for young readers to see themselves not as passive observers, but as active change makers of their futures. Through Susie's journey, to learn about the UN Sustainable Development Goals as more than just abstract concepts, but concrete steps that every person, young or old, can take and contribute toward building a better and healthier planet for the future. UPLB strongly advocates for and actively pursues the fulfillment of the UN SDGs. And we believe that nurturing sustainability awareness among the youth is crucial. They are the inheritors and would be stewards of tomorrow's world. And our highest responsibility is to prepare them for that role by empowering them with knowledge. I commend and applaud the brilliant teams from UP Cephal and UP LBCDC for spearheading this remarkable initiative on youth sustainability, education, and producing such a colorful and educational work of art. To all the young people here today, even those young and those young, I encourage you to embrace the principles of this. Let's read story inspire you to make choices that contribute to a better world. Be leaders in your communities, ambassadors of change, and champions of the environment. Together, let us build pathways toward a sustainable future. I hope today's launch will ignite a lifelong passion for learning and sustainability in each of you. Maraming salamat at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you very much, um, Mr. Pine. Okay. Um, to achieve the UN's SDGs, the vision as shared by from the message of Chancellor Camacho is that children should be viewed as change making and of course be responsible for charting or be involved in charting their futures. So thank you very much for that message. And with that, so I would like to call once again on stage Dr. Cambrera, Dr. Palumbarit. We shall have a photo opportunity, so please come on stage. May I also invite the Dean of UPLB, College of Development Communication, Dr. Maria Stella Tirol, and the Chair of the Department of Educational Communication of LB, UPLB CDC, again, Mr. Pini. Also, like to invite one for students to please come up for this wonderful opportunity. Dito rin po sa kabila. A proud smile from everybody and applause from everyone, please. Congratulations. Once again, congratulations to UP Cephal Philippines and the UP-LB College of Development Communication for this memorable milestone. Before we proceed with the storytelling part of the program, we will have a 10-minute break. So the program will resume at actually 10:30, 15-minute break. So maraming salamat po sa lahat. Enjoy your break. Good morning, everyone. Ay, salamat sa good morning back. Nadinig kita. But yes, to all that said good morning as well. Thank you. The formal launch of the Susie for Sustainability book series will not be complete without the storytelling of the adventures of Susie. So there are 5 stories in this book series, with the first book introducing the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the other 4 books focused on SDGs 5, 10, 11, and 17. For this storytelling, we will focus on 4 stories based on the mentioned SDGs. The storybooks will be narrated by the representatives of the DevCom 144 class who conceptualized and developed the book series. Okay. So, the first of the book series is Susie wants to be a firefighter. Let me just check. Yeah, okay. A story about Sustainable Development Goal 5, gender equality. And this will be read by Miss Demi Laborte. Let's give her a hand.
Hello, good morning. This is Susie for Sustainability. She wants to be a firefighter. So before we go into the story, I would like to give the proper credits to my group mates. This was illustrated by James Lapay, Katrina Barcelona, and Noel Villanueva. And this was written by Dane Chumawat and myself, Demi Laborte. So without further ado, let's go and meet Susie. Her name is Susie. She loves to play. She likes to learn new things every day. She wonders what adventures await her way. But first, she kisses her Lola goodbye. See you later, Lola. I love you. Bye bye. In school, Susie's teacher says with much delight, "This is an exciting day. Let's talk about your dreams. What do you want to be when you're all tall and grown? Tell me, let your dreams be known." Next Monday, come dressed as who you want to be, the teacher says. Nurses, cops, teachers, whoever it might be. Susie likes the color pink, and she ties her hair in pigtails, like in the TV, the princesses in Mermaids. But when asked what she wants to be when she's older, she screams with much pride, "A firefighter!" Because they are strong, they save lives by killing fire, and they drive the coolest fire truck. "Oh no," goes Jeannie, her friend. "A girl like you cannot be a firefighter. That job is too tough. It is not for girls like us, because we are not strong enough. We're meant to be wearing dresses and taking care of the sick all day. Just like my mom, who's a nurse, I will be like her one day." "But a woman is strong," says Susie. "My mom is also brave. Sure, she's not a nurse, but she's taking care of a lot of people. I know she does, in her own way." "Still, a girl can't be a firefighter," says Sai, Susie's other friend. "Can they hold the heavy fire hose? Can they drive big fire trucks? I don't think they can, and it's a job too cool, so it must be for men." Says Susie. "But Andrew, our classmate, is a girl. Yet she's strong and she plays with the boys. I heard she wants to be an astronaut, which is cool. Don't you think so? She acts like a boy, so playful and loud. My mom says not to play with her because Andrew might put dirt on my dress, and that will make my mom frown," says Sweeney. "I don't think Andrew's cool. She's not cooler than me. Not cool enough to be a cop. I know that job fits me. Because cops catch thieves, they say, pow, pow, with every punch and every kick. I know Andrew cannot do that. And I know you also cannot," Sai says once again. Upset, Susie went home with a heavy heart. She went to sleep, feeling very sad. In her sleep, Susie dreamt of doors. One is pink and one is blue. With kids lining up, girls went for pink, and boys in blue. In the middle is a path with no kid lining up. In this dream, she watched as the kids entered and became grown ups. I am an astronaut, said a boy from the blue door. I am a boy and I like flying to the moon. I am a chef, said a girl from the pink door. I am a girl and I'm a good chef and I serve good food. I am the president because I am a boy, said another from the blue door. We are smart and we make the rules. Susie, full of joy, lined up too. She wondered if her dreams as a firefighter would come true. But when it was her turn, she was forcing the door open. The door just would not move, even with all her strength and muscles. She tried switching doors. To the pink door, here I come. To her surprise, she is not a firefighter, so now she feels so down. Dressed like a nurse in a size way too big, Susie asked, but I don't want to be a nurse, and why am I still a kid? A voice from nowhere asked, did you follow your heart song, or did you just follow where others seem to belong? The path between is open, the voice whispered so kindly. Will you follow what's deep inside your mind? Bravely, Susie made a step, her courage as a guide. But as she was about to take her first step, the path started to fade. She woke up from the dream, her eyes now opened wide. Yet in her mind, the dream did stay. What does it mean to follow my heart's way? In school, Susie saw Jenny and Sai both turning away. She thinks her firefighter dreams made them not stay. Before Susie could speak to both of her friends, Andrew appeared, inviting her to play. Hey there, Susie, Andrew said with a grin. I've got stickers to swap. Wanna join in? Sure, said Susie, oh so happily. A new friend is here, so kind and true. Together they played, laughed, and shared. Susie felt a bond with Andrew, who truly cared. Do you want me to tie your hair, Susie? Susie was met with surprise. Could you really? Of course, Andrew says. Papa's a hairstylist, you see. He taught me braids for girls like you and me. Susie wonders why Andrew's papa styled hair. She wonders aloud. Aren't hairstylists usually for girls? She asked, feeling wowed. He did what he loved with his heart truly free. He said I could chase my dreams just like him, you see. My dream is to be an astronaut. That is what my heart is telling me. Even if I am a girl, I will still be exploring space, and no one can stop me. Andrew says proudly. How about me? Can I chase my dreams? Susie asked, full of hope. Absolutely. Andrew laughs, making Susie very happy. The day of the program came, and Susie dressed like a firefighter. With a pink bow in her hair, she smiled so much brighter. Classmates came dressed up for their dreams. Susie goes to astronaut Andrew. Together, they make a beautiful team. You look cool, Andrew, Susie says. Susie, you look like a real firefighter. In costumes bright, their friendship did glow. Together they laughed, ready to show. Dreams were shared, Susie's excitement grew. Lola cheered loudly, showing great joy too. With all the cheering, Susie spoke up loud and clear. I'll be a firefighter, she says without fear. Bravely facing flames and saving people too. Just like the heroes, that's what I will do. If boys can do it, then I can too. Being a girl won't stop me from reaching for the sky. The end.
Thank you very much, Miss Laborte, and all who are part of your team. After having heard the story, here are some things to keep your mind occupied. What did Susie need to carefully think about in this story and decide upon? And as you took a look at the storybook, which features of the storybook did you appreciate? I'm sure you appreciated some of the features, right? And did you, most importantly, did you understand SDG 5 better? And finally, what is your heart song? Okay. And now let's go to the second story. The second story is a journey towards equality and focused on Sustainable Development Goal 10, reduced inequalities. This will be read to us by Miss Christine Ivy Duhapa.
Hello. Good morning to everyone. So before I start reading the book, let me first give credit also to my group mates. So this book was written by yours truly and Jerome De Jesus. It is illustrated by John Michael Monteron and layout by Marion Christopher Pader. So let's start with the book, Susie for Sustainability, A Journey Towards Equality. One Sunday morning, Susie wakes up to the smell of warm pandesal and hot chocolate from their kitchen. Susie, anak, it's time to have our breakfast. We're going to church today, says Susie's mother. Susie and her mother wait for a jeepney. Excitement fills Susie's face. On their way, a man also rides the jeepney. Bayad po, says the man, handing his coins to Susie. The man only has one arm. Out of curiosity, she asks, "Excuse me po, sir. May I ask why you only have one arm?" Smiling, the man answers, "Hi there. Some people are born with only one arm like me. Some of us are born differently, you see." Is it hard to have only one arm, sir? Susie asks. Sometimes it is. Some things are harder to do with just one arm. I can find jobs easily, and people can be mean to me. They don't get how hard it is for us, says the man. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Thank you for answering my questions, sir. I hope you have a nice day po. They went straight to the church to attend the Sunday Mass. After the Sunday Mass, Susie and her mother walked outside the church. Then, a young boy approached them and offered some pagita flowers for sale. "Would you like to buy some fresh sampagita flowers?" the young boy says. "Wow, they smell so good," Susie answers. "I'd like to buy some," she said while handling the coins. Susie was surprised that a boy her age was selling to earn money. "I think I've seen you selling sampagita outside our school too. Why are you selling flowers?" Susie asks. "Oh yes, I'm Mike," the boy answers. "I sell flowers outside the school and here by the church also because our family needs money for our food." Susie couldn't help but wonder why a boy her age is selling flowers to earn money. "Mom, I don't understand why Mike has to work, but I don't." Her mother replied, "Susie, some families have different situations. Mike's family might be going through a hard time right now, which might be why he has to help by selling flowers." Susie took a moment before she replied, "Oh, I see, Mom. Mike must be very kind then." "That's right, anak. He's a good kid like you," says her mother. "Now, let's get on the jeepney so we can go home." At home, Susie said, "Mom, I realized a lot today." "Really? What did you realize, anak?" asked her mom. "There are many things in life that are not equal, Mom," says Susie as they prepare to eat. "Mike should be in school like I am. It's not fair, Mom." The man in the jeepney also said he can't get job easily and people are mean to him. That's also unfair and we should work on improving things. It's true, Susie. Many things in life are not equal or fair. Some people don't have jobs or enough money to buy food, clothes, a house, or even to go to school. So, we need to be kind and understanding. We have to help them if we can. It's also true that we should work to make things more equal for everyone. Susie's mom adds, when I grow up, I will help make things more equal for everyone, Mom. I know you will, Susie. Her mom happily coos. Now eat up so you'll grow fast. And that's the end.
Thank you very much, Miss Christine Ivy Duhapa. And for those who are listening to the story, what were Susie's realizations about equality? Which examples of inequalities were brought to the fore? Did you notice? Which of the visualizations and words used in the story captured your attention? And did you understand SDG 10 better? Did it make you think about the kind of inequalities that are within your sphere of influence? Now, for the next SGD. The third story is Susie and Leafy's Green Neighborhood, which is a story about SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. This will be narrated by Ms. Stephanie Maurice Regalado.
And good morning po. Again, before I start, I would like to credit my group po. So this story, Susie and Leafy's Green Neighborhood, is written by Aaron Perales and Angel Sena, illustrated by Gabriel Pahuyo and Adriel Dolizon, and then layout by yours truly. So one morning before going to school, Susie asked, "Mom, can I bring Leafy to school today?" Susie's teacher told the class to bring their favorite item for show and tell, and Susie can't wait to show Leafy to her friends at school. "I don't think so, Susie. The trip might be too tough for Leafy," her mom replies. "But Leafy has to come. Please, Mom," Susie begs, her eyes big and hopeful. "Okay, but you will promise you'll keep Leafy safe," her mom says with a smile. "I will, I promise." With Leafy ready, Susie and her mom set off for school. Protecting Leafy will be as easy as pie. They hop on the jeep to get to school quicker. Suddenly, Leafy starts to look sad and droopy. "Mom, what's wrong with Leafy?" Susie asks, her voice filled with concern. She never took her eyes off her plant. How could this happen? Uh-oh, that means Leafy is in danger. Susie doesn't want Leafy to be in danger. "Oh dear," her mom says, quickly covering Susie's nose. "Inhaling dirty smoke is dangerous, Susie. It's making it hard for Leafy to breathe," her mom said. "Can we walk to school instead, Mom?" "Well, we're almost there. It won't be a long walk," her mom agrees, and they hop off the jeep. Yet even without the smoke, Leafy was still sad and droopy. Susie had no idea how to help. "Maybe Leafy will feel better if they take a break. How about we stop by the park?" her mom suggests. Along the way, at the park, instead of trees, there were yellow signs and noisy trucks. "What happened to the park?" Susie asked, puzzled. "It looks like they're building something in it," her mom explains. "But what about the trees?" Susie asks, her voice filled with concern. "Don't worry, we're building houses around the trees to keep them there," an older man in yellow hat says reassuringly. "We need space for the new houses for families who needs them. But we also want to keep the trees to make our city green and healthy," he explained. Susie feel Susie feels relief. She'll miss the park, but she's happy the trees will stay. Susie wants to ask the mister more about the trees, but before she does, her mom says, "Susie, you're going to be late for school." "I love our trees here in school," Susie whispered to Leafy, looking at the big trees. "They're the same trees from the park. We kept them when they built our school," the teacher explained. "Look, Mom, Leafy is all better now," she exclaimed. Leafy's leaves move in the breeze, perky and lively again. "That's great, Susie." Now go and show Leafy to your friends. With Leafy in her hand, Susie's friends listen wide-eyed as she tells them all about their adventure, from dodging smoky roads to finding a changing park, especially what Mr. in the yellow hat said. Sometimes cities need more houses for family to live in, so they built around the trees. Susie recalls. Green spaces with trees are just as important. That's right, Susie, teacher said. Green spaces or places with trees and plants are important for happy and healthy neighborhoods. But what about happy and healthy neighborhoods, teacher? I want to live in a happy and healthy neighborhood with everyone, she declares. Me too, each of her friends chimes in next. It's a place where everyone works together to make a city happy and healthy place to live. We can play anywhere and go anywhere safely without harming the earth, the teacher added. With everyone's help, they plant seeds in the school garden. Susie doesn't want to let Leafy go, but it has to grow too. Susie thinks Leafy should be with other trees to grow big and strong. The end.
Thank you very much, Miss Stephanie Maurice Regalado. And as you listen to the story, I wonder in what way is Susie's experience relatable for a long audience? Did you get to think about that? And which literary devices provided were useful in the telling? Did you understand SDG 11 better? Are you able to create or think about green spaces? All right. So that said, we move to the fourth and last story of this book series. And the last book is Hand in Hand for Partnership, a story about SDG 17, Partnership for the Goals. This will be narrated to us by Miss Rowana Eloisa Vitu.
Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank my group mates for creating this amazing book, to illustrator and layout artist John Matthew Assis and yours truly, and to my co-writers Jerome Atangan, Denise Borbe, Alicia Felismo, and Aliyah Sabare. So this is Susie for Sustainability, Hand in Hand for Partnership under SDG 17. One gloomy morning, in a peaceful community, Susie was asked to buy eggs in the sari-sari store by her mom. While walking towards the store, she heard a noise that became louder and louder and louder. It was a siren. As the man walked towards the sari-sari store, Susie got curious about who the man was and what he was doing. "Who are you and why are you loud?" Susie asked. The barangay tanod answered, "I'm warning everyone in our village that a typhoon is coming. It is dangerous to stay here." The barangay asked the barangay tanods, like me, to warn everyone outside just like you, kid. "That's a lot of work you do." Yes, in fact, the barangay hall, many people work toward to make things like this possible. That is called partnership. After their talk, the barangay tanod went back to work. Advisory: the typhoon is expected to landfall through parts of the region. Everyone must go to Abacada Elementary School covered court. That will be our evacuation center. Susie goes back to her mother to tell her they need to evacuate. Susie went home to her mom and told her about the typhoon. As she got home, her mom was also watching the news on the television. Susie and their mom packed their things and went on their way. Along their way, Susie had a lot of questions. "Mom, the barangay tanod told me that people work together to help people be safe. He called it something like partnership?" Her mom asked. "Yes, partnership," Susie shouted with confidence. "Yes, anak. Partnership is one of the reasons why we prepare before the disaster, her mom says. What is that? Susie asked again. A place with lots of eco bags and relief goods? Her mom answered, that is the evacuation center, and there will be people who will help us. For the first time, Susie was in awe of the many different people she saw there. There were many people in different uniforms too. As Susie was walking, she bumped into someone wearing a uniform in orange and black. It also looked heavy. Oh, sorry, Susie says. Hey there, little one. Where were you going? The rescuer asked. By the way, who are you? Susie got curious. She answered, I'm a rescuer. The barangay asked us to watch places in case we need to save someone. We work together to help. Wait, I know this one. Is this called partnership? Wow, that's right. That is called partnership. After Susie got back to her mom, another person was waiting for her. The paramedic answered, Hi, Susie. I am a paramedic from the health organization. We work together to heal and help everyone be safe and healthy. That is called partnership. Both Susie and the paramedic shouted. After meeting the paramedic, Susie went to the long line of people. Susie asked, why are you giving out free things? Are these prizes? No, kid, I'm a volunteer. My friends and I are from the Happy Earth Volunteer Group. We give free food and blankets to keep everyone safe and comfortable during the typhoon. Is this partnership too? Absolutely. This is called partnership. The barangay called us for help to give out these goods for you, and we also work with the barangay tanods, the rescuers, and the paramedic so everyone can be safe. Susie overheard the news on the radio. Announcement. After the typhoon, the United Nations sent rescuers, paramedics, and volunteers, the barangay tanods to help and give food to people in affected areas. The barangay tanods are also ready to help. Mom, listen. The radio said there were people in other countries who were help just like us. Susie says. Her mom replied, Yes, Susie. In times like this, many people work together to help people in need. That is called partnership. Partnership means working together towards a goal and making sure that we all are safe and happy. Wow, now I understand. Partnership means working together to help our world be a better place. The end.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rowana Eloisa Vitog. Um, I'm sure you got to think about the partnerships that you might have encountered recently, especially with our recent experiences. And did this book help you understand more about SDG 17? Well, we'd like to thank all of these groups from DevCom 144 and to all of the College Development Communication students for sharing their creations. Let's give them a hand. Like Susie, we hope that the younger audience that this was made for will be able to understand the concept of sustainable development goals through these storybooks and informative texts. So, to expand upon the discussion on the use of storybooks to promote awareness on the sustainable development goals among children, we have a panel of reactors, and they will provide their valuable feedback. And before that, let me introduce our panel of reactors one by one. The first is Assistant Professor Miriam Ugadan. Let's give her a round of applause. Assistant Professor Miriam Ugadan is a full-time faculty of the Department of Family Life and Child Development here at the UP College of Home Economics. She has handled preschool classes at the UP Child Development Center, as well as undergraduate and graduate classes in the department. She has extensive experience working for the private sector, doing consultancy for schools, training early childhood teachers, and helping NGOs establish their child development programs. She has worked for 2 NGOs and co-owned The Growing Place, a preschool. Recently, she led a team of writers to write the Matatag curriculum kindergarten learning exemplars for DepEd. She was also part of a team that did development work and research for UNICEF towards capacitating child development workers and teachers in the country. Her engagement with TESDA as an ECCD technical expert is an extension of the work she has been doing in helping professionalize CDWs and CDTs towards national certification. She almost finished her Master of Life and Child Development, but she was sent on study fellowship through the International Student Exchange Program, or ISEP, and ended up finishing her Master of Education, ECE, at the University of Nebraska, Kearney, formerly Kearney State College, USA. Her research interests include early childhood education curriculum, authentic assessment of young children, the development of early literacy and early numeracy in young children, and capacity building for early childhood care providers. May I please invite her up the stage, Ma'am Ugadan. Another panelist is Assistant Professor Marie Yvette Alcazar, or Teacher Yvette, as she is fondly called by her students. She earned her Bachelor of Elementary Education degree with a specialization in teaching in the early grades, as well as her Master of Arts in Education, Reading Education, from the UP College of Education. She spent 13 years teaching in basic education, working with children from preschool through grade 2 before transitioning to higher education. As an early grades teacher, she regularly reads storybooks to her children, using these stories as springboard for her integrated lessons. Presently, Teacher Yvette teaches undergraduate and graduate classes in early education in the UP College of Education. In addition to her teaching career, Teacher Yvette has authored children's storybooks by Vibal Publishing, Rex Bookstore Incorporated, and Lampara Books. She is also a member of Cuentista na mga Chikiting or Kuting, an organization of Filipino writers for children. Moreover, she has actively been involved in training programs focused on the use of literature in teaching early literacy. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, Teacher Yvette took part in various initiatives to support young students and parents. These included developing a COVID-19 children's dictionary, creating an e-storybook, and YouTube videos to explain COVID-19 to children, participating in the DepEd National webinar for kindergarten to prepare for distance learning, and producing additional YouTube videos to assist with distance learning efforts. I invite Teacher Yvette up on the stage. Let's give her a round of applause. We also have with us Mr. Elijah Jesse Pine. Elijah is an assistant professor and chair of the Department of Educational Communication, College of Development Communication, UP Los Baños, and he obtained his BS degree in Development Communication, cum laude, in UPLB, and his MA degree in Anthropology in 2023. He has previously done research on educational communication, pandemic learning, and field education, which he has presented in academic conferences and published in scientific journals. His current research and public service involvements focus on developing instructional media to achieve reading literacy outcomes. May I call on Mr. Elijah up the stage? Mr. Elijah Jesse Pina. All right. So, oh, sure, you can. Okay. So we shall give our panelists a few minutes to share their thoughts and impressions about the books. And then we shall have a series of questions for us to ask them after each of them share. Okay. Thank you.
Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Siguro po bago magbigay ako ng ilang mga siguro evaluations or aking mga pagpupuri sa inyong gawa, gusto ko munang i-congratulate si Dr. Lisa Cabrera at ang kanyang mga estudyante sa paggawa nitong napaka-importanteng series ng mga libro para sa mga bata. Of course, gusto ko ring pasalamatan at i-congratulate ang CIFAL for joining you in partnership under the leadership of Dr. Palumbay. So sige po. I've written some specific comments, but also I'll be trying to do some general comments for the series. Ano po. So let me start with the first one. Siguro I'll start with by saying alin ang aking paborito. Ang aking paborito ay yung she wants to be a firefighter. Bihira tayo makakita ng mga libro para sa mga bata na nagtatalakay ng ganitong tema. So this is a very welcome storybook for children. And I heard when one of your representatives talked up here about sino yung target ng libro, ang sabi ay for age 5 to 8-year-old children, no? So but this is a general comment for all the books then. As I was reading the books, I saw that some of the words used were kind of difficult for 5-year-old children. So I thought, actually, without hearing your classmate talk about it, nung iniisip ko, parang pang ano to, parang pang grade 3 and up. Kasi parang medyo mahirap yung mga ibang mga words, no? So that's a general comment. I like the illustration. It's, ano siya, appealing siya sa mga bata. Although some of the usually pag for young children, mas konti yung words, mas highlighted yung illustrations, no? But then again, if this is for older children, okay lang na medyo mas mahaba ng konti. So let me go specifically to the first book. She wants to be a firefighter. Yun yung unang binasa. It's on STG 1, no? Okay. At the front cover of the book, it says, this story is about SDG 5 to empower women and girls to stop discrimination against them. And I thought, baka kulang ng word na end. This study is about SDG 5 to empower women and girls and to stop discrimination against them. Siguro just to connect those two clauses together. So yung isa naman, sabi dito, what do you want to be when you grow up? So let me just talk about this for a little while. We know that the children that are growing up right now, they may be growing up in a world na yung mga trabaho na meron tayo ngayon ay hindi na trabaho paglaki nila. So instead of asking them the question, what do you want to be when you grow up? Maybe we can ask the question, ano yung mahilig kang gawin? Ano yung gusto mo pag lumaki ka, yan ang gagawin mo. Gusto mo bang magtrabaho kasama ang ibang tao? Gusto mo bang magtrabaho na gumagamit ng isang machine? Gusto mo bang lumabas at lumakad sa mga komunidad at tumulong sa mga taong may pangangailangan? So medyo iba yung question. Ano? Parang tinatanong mo siya kung ano yung kanyang interest. Imbis na pegging it on a specific job that is existing right now. Because for all we know, by the time they grow up, adults na sila, baka iba na yung trabahong meron. No? At nakikita natin yan, meron tayong mga trabaho ngayon na nung kami maliliit pa, meron ba akong kabatch dito? Baka wala akong kabatch dito. Ayan. Nung maliliit pa kami, walang mga ganyang trabaho. Di ba? Yeah, walang YouTuber, walang vlogger, walang influencer, mga bagong trabaho yan. Ano? So, we might want to medyo ibahin yung tanong. Okay? So that's that. And then it would have been, I was waiting at the end of the book. Actually, nakita ko yung format, story, tapos may activity sa gitna. I think it would be best to have all the activities at the end and then go through the story as one big activity. Tell it, just like what you did up here nung tinetel nyo yung story. And then put the activities sa dulo. No? Kasi ganun yung, pagka nasa classroom ka, ganun yung ginagawa ng teacher. No? So I was waiting at the end na sana yung tanong doon sa mga bata or kung isang batang nagbabasa ng libro, sana yung tanong sa dulo, ikaw, ano ang gusto mong gawin paglaki mo? 'Di ba? Kasi pinakilala mo na si Susie na gusto niya maging firefighter. So, tanungin mo yung nagbabasa. Or even yung teacher na nagtitell nung story na pwede niyang tanungin ito sa mga bata. So I got into thinking, perhaps magandang lagyan, but maybe this is beyond the requirement of your course. Magandang lagyan siguro ng suggested activities for the teachers na mag-iinog doon sa kwento. Pero baka beyond your requirement na yon. But that's one thing. And then I also suggested ano yung paano pwedeng gawin yung format. So parang may papel, tapos may box dito siya magdodrawing. Tapos pwede siyang magsulat ng konti kung ano yung gusto niyang gawin pag siya'y malaki na. And then I just saw parang may inconsistency lang dun sa storyline because the question is, what is your heart song? And then the other asks, what is in your mind? So I was thinking, okay, so what is it? Is it something about the heart? Or is it something about what you're thinking about? But at the end, yun ulit yung tanong, heart song. So sabi ko, sige. So heart song talaga. It's not so much what you're thinking about, but what you really like to do. So it's more of a passion. It's a question of passion. Okay, sorry. Last 2 minutes daw. Sige, so bibilisan ko na. Doon sa susunod, yung Journey Toward Family, meron lang representation ng church. No? Sana mas maging inclusive tayo when we talk about church, not just the default na ito lang palagi, but there are other representations of church. Meron din sanang, kung ito ay pang public school, but maybe this is beyond the scope of the requirement, would you be thinking about, or perhaps si Fal would be thinking about a dual language para pwede gawin sa public school? And then yung book na Hand in Hand for Partnership, there's a question at the end that asks, would you like to be a hero? Parang tingin ko lang ang laki ng jump from being a partner to being a hero. Baka isipin ng mga bata, hero, parang ang laki ng expectation as a hero. Baka pwedeng, would you like to be a partner instead of a hero? And then the other one is Leafy Green Neighborhood. I'm not sure if we name our plants a certain name, just like how we name our pets. Wala pa akong nakilalang bata na pinapangalan niya yung kanyang tanim na a certain name. Usually it's for pets, no? But perhaps it's your experience asking about nung bago nyo gawin yung libro. Meron ako nakita dun sa page 18 kasi sinabi doon na clean air. Pero dun sa qualifier for water, walang word na clean. But it's in the SDG. So baka pwede nating idagdag yan. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ugadan. I'd like to also call to the stage Dr. Lisa Cabrera. You can join us po up here, as well as Dr. Palumbari. Kindly join us po. All right. So, thank you for your feedback, Ma'am Ugadan. She gave us both her comments and recommendations. So I hope you've taken them down. One of the standout recommendations, I think, is the participatory aspect, no? Making sure that if there are activities, then maybe kids can be involved in, doing activities based on your storybooks. So that's interesting and good to take note of. Let's listen now to Teacher Yvette.
Good morning. First of all, katulad ng sinabi ni Ma'am, I would like to thank you for thinking of this project. And as an advocate of early childhood education, I would like to thank you for thinking of the kids. Kasi very important nga sila. So do I think children need to know about the SDGs? Yes, definitely. This is the intention of the project is very much appreciated. I believe a project like this is worthy to be expanded nationwide, kahit international pa. Because the information about SDGs are essential. I also appreciate that it was co-produced with the children kasi very important. Paulit-ulit nilang sinabi kanina, know your audience. Palagi rin namin sinasabi yan as teachers and as writers for children. Alamin nyo kung para kanino yung mga kwento. Now, my reactions on the context. So when we talk about the context, it includes the setting, the language, which are, when I was listening, I find it very appropriate for children in the urban or semi-urban communities. When the project expands, I hope you can produce stories that are also relatable to children in the different contexts in the Philippines. So, for example, how is gender sensitivity in the context of the Cordilleras? Diba? Or how is partnership seen in war-stricken communities in Mindanao? Diba? Parang para national na siya talaga. Another hope for this project is that, katulad ni Ma'am, may translation siya to other languages. Kasi yan, as teachers, we would like to emphasize how the mother tongue is very essential in giving information, especially for children this young, about 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. My reaction to the language, yung writing style kasi na ginamit nyo is called exposition. Diba? Yun yung tinatawag namin ni Teacher Hazel na expository stories. In the education field, there are many objectives why we read stories in class. So, kasama yung developing comprehension, developing critical thinking, oral language development, developing social-emotional skills, including empathy, and imparting information. So, in the stories that were read, when you use exposition, litaw na litaw yung imparting information. Which I understand kasi when there are call for stories, meron kang what you call, ano yung kailangan sa mga kwento. So as writers, doon kayo nakasunod. So binigay sa inyo yung information or paano ba yun? Did you talk about it? Did you decide on it? Na doon kayo iikot. So ako naintindihan ko yon na nandun yung konteksto nyo para maibigay sa mga bata yung information about the different SDGs. But if there's one thing that I would like to criticize about the narrations, is that sometimes some of the stories have a tendency for info dumping. Yung madami kayong, kasi nga feel na feel ko yung gusto nyong ipaalam tong information na to. Kaya lang, kung minsan, for kids who are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, baka masyadong madami in one story. So, baka pwedeng pumili lang tayo ng isa and then develop it into one story. Tapos laliman. So, instead of giving information about the different issues in one SDG, sige, isa-isahin ko. So, halimbawa, yung sa SDG 11, yung kay Leafy, I like it that actual issues of the environment are being talked about. Yung nakikita ko nga to na maraming debatable moments in class kasi di ba yung park naging buildings na okay ba yun kanino ba yun hindi okay. So even sa yung mga bata sa class, magkakaroon sila ng ganong klaseng debates. Yung for SDG 10, yung inequality, very Filipino yung experience ng bata kasi di ba may child vendor, tapos nasa jeep sila, nakikita mo na, like, oo nga, na-experience yan ng bata. Tapos ganun din yung sa partnership. Lalo na yung mga batang exposed sa news, so kitang-kita nila yon. Tapos I would like to talk about SDG 5 kasi pareho kami ni Ma'am, favorite. Favorite ko rin siya because the writers just chose one issue. Isang issue lang tapos nilalima nila. And what I like about it is that very personal yung struggle nung bata. So merong siyang deep socio-emotional context. meron siyang internal struggle. Tapos dumating siya dun sa resolution. Yung bata ang bida. Parang yun kasi hinahanap ko dun sa mga ibang kwento. Hindi masyadong na-highlight si Susie. Dito, highlighted si Susie. Yung experience niya, ramdam na ramdam mo yung bakit nga ba? Bakit nga ba nila to sinasabi? Yan. There. Tapos yun lang, sometimes kasi if there's too much info dumping, the story gears away from the child, kung sino yung bida, because of our intention to give too many, or hindi naman too many, to give the different issues. Kasi yun sabi ko, kita na gusto niyong ibigay yung issues ng ganito. Yun lang, siguro if there are other SDGs, maganda yung isentro nyo yung bata. Kasi pag nakinig sila in class, makaka-relate sila na ay pareho kami ng pinagdaanan. So, mararamdaman nila yon, mas mabigat yung impact when they listen to the stories. Mas maganda yung series of critical thinking questions when you develop and discuss what the story is about and what the story really wants to tell the children. Yun lang. Thank you.
Okay, Sir Elijah.
Okay po. First of all, I would like to start itong reaction ko po with congratulations, no, and thanking Ma'am Liz, UP Cefal through the leadership of Ma'am Michelle, no, and yung DevCom 144 class. I'd like to start my reaction with siguro highlighting why children should be part of any discussion when we talk about sustainable development, no. I read somewhere that sustainable development means being able to meet the needs of people today while also considering the needs of future generations. And if that's how we define sustainable development, all the more should we involve children in the discussion by introducing SDGs to them. Kasi they're the most important stakeholders if we look at that definition of sustainable development, right? It's not a necessity, it's more of a responsibility to our commitment, not to sustainable development. So I'm very glad, no, about this project. Marami na po nabanggit, no, yung ating mga previous na reactor. So I'd like to highlight some key takeaways that I had when I was reading the texts and also while listening to the students reading it kanina, no. So what I like about the books is despite their entertainment value, yun nga, you found a way to inject yung information about SDGs in a way that does not intimidate the children, but rather encourages and immerses them, no, into this pretend world. I'd like to highlight specifically yung visual techniques that you used, no. So for example, I liked how your sketches specifically used a pencil-like texture to highlight that this is for kids, and it's kind of reminiscent of the drawings that we used to write or we used to draw as kids. Yung colors, they used a familiar veneer na para siyang color pastel, which also brings us back to that experience when we were kids. And the characters are chibi-like, no, which makes stories friendlier because instead of using actual images or realistic proportions, you use these friendlier cartoons to communicate these lessons to kids. So even if they aren't kids anymore, yung nagbabasa, like people like us, halimbawa, no, we'd still be invited because it throws us back to the time when these books meant the world to us. So yun po, no? Additionally, what's commendable about the book series is how you used Kid as a central character. I think from my experience working with teams sa paggawa ng instructional materials, one of the things I learned is it's important to have a central character that is not in a position of authority or someone that commands children to obey yung mga sinasabi dun sa storybooks, but rather someone with a similar quality or characteristics to them. Kasi they would not feel intimidated or fear na pag hindi nila ginawa itong tinuturo dun sa lesson ay may malaking demerit sa kanila, but rather something that's more inviting to them, like a playmate or a friend na kausap nila when they're reading the storybook. So my comments are more general, no? One other thing that I liked about the book series is how you offer interactive components. Not necessarily just reading, no, yung stories, pero may mga parts doon na kind of gamified, may parts doon na parang pinapahanap nyo sila ng mga objects, may part doon na nagde-define halimbawa ng key terms, which I think provide some break doon sa monotony ng stories. They add some rhythm doon sa kwento na parang hindi lang sila stuck sa pagbabasa but you offer something else in the reading experience. So I like that a lot. No? And gamification is always a surefire strategy in the context of learning. Siguro in the future, when we explore more reading materials, maybe we could explore more opportunities to gamify some of the parts, no, in these materials. Last po, what I like about the book series is how not only does it offer help for students in terms of understanding SDGs, but also providing them texts for improving their reading literacy skills. So parang dalawa yung matatarget mo dito na skills, especially in light of recent results of cross-national assessments na ang baba ng performance ng ating Filipino students in reading. I think this is a good opportunity to create materials that target that specific set of skills. So yun lang po, I'm very glad about this partnership opportunity and I hope for more partnerships with UP Cefal. But generally, what I'd like to do is to congratulate the class, no, for a job well done dito sa books na to. Thank you so much po.
Dr. Cabrera, any words for your students' output?
Hello, good morning. Yes, thank you for sharing your insights, comments, and your impressions. Ma'am Miriam, Sir EJ, and Ma'am Yvette, also Ma'am Hazel. It's quite overwhelming. Actually, I'm very surprised na ang bilis lang ng proseso na ito po. And hearing your impressions, I'm really happy to hear them and very for the students as well who worked hard for this project. No, your comments are very helpful. We did these books in a semester only, like, and we have been using. I heard kanina po you're working with children's books, like Lampara books and educational materials for young children. We have been using them as our samples in class. And marami pong naging considerations and even revisions, we have considered a lot for this. We only followed the usual, the 5-point tag narrative in writing stories. And as well, with this subject, isa lang po ang storybook as output. So marami pa po. I'm very happy that the last challenge was this book in a short time. But as well, yung considerations like as per the learning systems we have, and alone or we thought about younger children with the reading literacy nowadays very poor. I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe the parents or the caregivers can also read for them these storybooks. We tried as much to explain the hard words, no, Ma'am Michelle, when we were editing, but it's really hard because it's in English. Our references from UN materials were in English, but for everyone's information, this has been our plan, Ma'am Michelle, to translate. But of course, that will take more time and resources. But that's really our dream to communicate better the SDGs to young learners in the country. And I think Ma'am Michelle will also share this in other countries as well. So yun po, it's very nice to hear. And I think I learned a lot from your comments, your suggestions. For the next projects, we are dreaming of covering all 17 SDGs. And manganganak pa po, bawat SDG, there are, tama po kayo, we have really narrowed down the story into a specific context, but it's really hard to call out, tawag dito, yung mga parts, right, students? Marami din tayong pinagdaanan. So, maybe this is a starting point and we are hoping to really create more effective and meaningful storybooks for young learners in the country. Thank you po.
Before I go to Dr. Palumba, I'd like to ask first the rest, piggybacking off of what Ma'am Lisa said, what then? What kind of parents and teachers so that they can actually communicate the message of these storybooks and material? Anybody can answer.
Hello. Ako, Teacher Hazel, I was thinking of it as part of a package. Yung meron siyang kapartner na um, parang home learning partner modules that would use the book as part of the learning activity. So, meron siyang learning module with the learning partners at heart na pwedeng gamitin sa bahay for the younger kids. Tapos siguro for the older children, meron din siyang ganun for the teachers. Hindi kasi lahat So, siguro para dun sa mga hirap pa, meron siyang ganong package na itong books na to is just part of that package.
Ako naman, ang tinitingnan ko, I'm sure you're not going to sell the books. And I hope that this will be donated to the public school, to DepEd. So I'm looking at how the public school teachers can be helped through the books that you've written. So gaya ng sinabi ni Teacher Yvette, perhaps an accompanying guide for the teacher, the public school teacher, on how to use the books, specifically tied to the Matatag curriculum because that's what they're using right now. And one of the competencies written in the Matatag curriculum is so magkaroon lang ng guide for the public school teacher how to use this in the classroom. Ano yung mga pwedeng tie up when using your stories with the other lessons, perhaps in araling panlipunan, perhaps in science, perhaps in even in the languages, para hindi lang siya a lesson na isa lang, pero nakukuha niya rin yung iba. So mas magiging mas katanggap-tanggap sa mga bata, mas maintindihan nila kasi malalim yung pagtatalakay. Nagre-relate sa lesson sa araling panlipunan, sa science, at sa iba pang subjects.
Integrated na siya?
Yes.
Any recommendations on storytelling methods? Would you have any suggestion?
Bago magkwento sa mga bata, maaring nakalagay para nakikita nila. Hindi kailangan marami, pwedeng 5 hanggang 5 lang. Tapos magtanong ng 2 klaseng tanong. Yung una is a motivation question. Yung pangalawa is a motive question. The motivation question is a general question. So, kagaya yung kwento kunwari nung sa firefighter, gusto maging firefighter. Ang motivation question is, marami tayong mga iniisip na gusto natin gawin pag malaki na tayo. Ikaw, ano ang gusto mong gawin pag malaki ka na? General na question. Yung motive question zooms in on the story. Alamin natin ngayong umaga kung ano ang gusto mong gawin ditong batang si Susie.
To add din po, no, in terms of yung isa po kasing naiisip ko na possible suggestion dito, isa po sa mga pinag-uusapan namin sa department minsan is the problem with encouraging students to read is natitigil siya minsan sa school at hindi nagtutuloy sa bahay. And we can't always fault the kids and their families kasi minsan structurally wala talagang resources at home na maaari nilang mabasa that would encourage love for reading. So siguro po ito ay recommendation for us no, in possible projects in the future. Sa kung po kasi mayroong graduate ECLB. And one of the things that we're thinking of is to create a program specifically catered for reading. Families at home after class hours or after office hours kasi dun sa mga projects po namin before, we learned na malaking hindrance yung reading discontinuity that students don't get to read at home. So if may way po tayo to complement these storybooks with other media-based learning systems such as parang school on the air or school of the air through Radio DZLD that would also encourage them to kind of read these materials or know more about SDGs through this program. Isa po yun sa mga pwede rin natin explore.
So going back with using the books first, is there a way to assess or evaluate them? What are your thoughts? For the directorship last year. And I learned a lot, definitely. I have been so impressed by what CIFAL did in the past. So CIFAL is a French word, but in English, it's international training for leaders and authorities. So basically, more on leaders and authorities. I thought then we have been talking a lot about issues and SDGs globally, nationally, and yet we forgot that there are young people, the youth, to be engaged with. After all, it's their generation that is at stake here. So we thought, my staff and I, we thought about why not produce this book. And I thought it was easy, but it's not easy. No, it really takes a village to raise a child. Where are we planning? What's the plan after this? Definitely will consult you against this. And also in our future project. And we have to do successful to make this really a better project. So that one. The other one is I really want to share this globally. Nepal is part of 31 global centers around the globe.
I really like to
So,
it's also to showcase the creativity and the capacity of young
Filipino children to produce knowledge and to share to the world. But before we do that, I do agree with your comments and suggestions to really make this better before we share to others, to other countries. So we plan to talk about how we can make this better and to also consult other stakeholders as to gather their feedback also. And again, we don't have plans to sell this. You plan to donate and share this to all public schools. That's the purpose. Anyways, it's UP. We are really users of this mission. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's good to know. Good to know. All right. So the other things to go with the other point that would be nice to maybe
we've been talking about the young great and how we respect them.
You are also young, so I just want to acknowledge your students, Ma'am Lisa, no? DevCom 144, you are also the youth, and you have actually engaged in participatory research and materials development. So it is commendable that we see, this come to fruition upon with your guidance and of course your feedback and support. So thank you very much to our esteemed panel of reactors, supporters, creators, for providing all of the insights, feedback, and expanding more on discussion for promoting these SDG materials, storybooks, and resources. That said, we would like to invite everybody for a photo on stage. So we shall have a photo op and the awarding of certificates. So to award the certificates of recognition for experts or experts, one for class, we welcome Michelle, Palu. And then photo up with the certificate. We award the certificate of appreciation to our panelists for today. This certification is proudly presented to Assistant Professor Miriam Pugadan, who served as speaker during the Leaders of Tomorrow, Developing Pathways for Sustainable Future, held on October 28, 2024, given his 28th day of birth. Malcolm Piedmont, Avenue, University of Philippines, Quezon. Also award the same certificate also award the same certificate to Assistant Professor Marie Yvette Alcazar. Okay, and finally, last but not least, we award the certificate as well to Sir Elijah Jeffrey Pin. All right, group photo, please, everyone. Ma'am Lisa, kindly join them. Show your certificate. We also award the certificate to Dr. Liza. And chop chop. Smile lang po muna. Pageantry pose po. Thank you very much. Solo shot po with Ma'am Lisa and Ma'am. Ma'am, kayong dalawa po. Wala pa ho kayong shot together. Ayan. Thank you po. All right. We have time to call in po sana each group. Would you like to do that po? Each storybook group. Okay, so we would like to invite each storybook. First, we shall call in. Susie wants to be a firefighter. Kindly please join all of our panelists. As well as Ma'am Cabrera and Ma'am Cabenban. Okay.
The author, writers, illustrators, and other team members. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. And show the book, show the Mom. Next, we're calling the next group, A Journey Toward Equality. You get to show your book, your hard work. Smile. Smile. Congratulations. Palakpakan po natin sila. Green Neighborhood. Please come forward. Susie and Leafy's Green Neighborhood. Please come forward. Congratulations. Round of applause for this group, please. Show your book. Smile. Finally, last but not the least, hand in hand for partnership. Please come forward. All right, at the center po, kindly move to the right. There. Show the books and smile. All right, and we would like to call up the stage Ingrid, Danielle, Comiling for writing Susie for Sustainability and Knowing the SDGs with Ma'am Lisa Cabrera. Ito po. Kindly come up the stage. Dumating po ba siya? Ah, wala. Ma'am, sama na kayo sa picture. Ay, wala. Iba ng book. Okay. Yan. All right, we're calling everybody on stage with their books and bags and certificates for one last photo op. Kindly go up the stage, please, everyone. Yan. Panelists in the middle with Dr. Palumbari and Ma'am Lisa Cabrera. All right. Please bring in your bags, certificates, and storybooks.
All right. Some of them can stay forward. Some book creators can stay forward. The speakers can be on chair. So may we invite our panelists? Ma'am Ugadan, Teacher Yvette, Sir Elijah, Ma'am Palumbarit, and Ma'am Cabrera, please take your seats. Book developers, 2 books on one side, 2 books on the other side. Come, come. Yan, para lahat po kita. And don't forget, book 1, pakipakita po. Ayan. Alright. Waki ba muna? Smile. All right. Once again, thank you very much to the DevCom class and experts for gracing us with their presence this morning. This has definitely been a fruitful exchange, and the children can look forward to materials and stories that can be shared with them by learning partners at home. All right. And congratulations to the youth in the room. Thank you very much for your wonderful creations and your hard work. Let's give a round of applause to all of those that created these storybooks. And lastly, to give the closing remarks, may I call on Dr. Maria Stella Tirol on behalf of the Dean of the College of Dev Communication uh, to give po our closing remarks. Dr. Lisa? Go ahead po.
On behalf of Dr. Maria Stella C. Terol, Dean of the College of Development Communication, UP Los Baños, heartfelt congratulations on this successful event focused on developing leaders and pathways for our sustainable future. Likewise, sincere appreciation goes to all individuals and partners whose efforts made this gathering impactful and systematically aligned with our shared goals for sustainable development and the achievement of the sustainable development goals involving our children and youth in the process. Sustainable development is a vision we share globally, a future in which we meet today's development needs without hindering the ability of future generations to meet theirs. It is a vision of a society where we balance environmental, economic, and social needs for the well-being of all, now and in the future. The SDGs serve as our roadmap and foundation to realize this vision sustainably. Listening to the stories shared in the launch of Susie for Sustainability book series, a meaningful collaboration between UP Cephal Philippines and the UPLB College of Development Communication, inspires our children and youth to engage in simple, holistic, and impactful actions toward the SDGs. The Forum on Amplifying Youth Voices and Promoting Their Involvement in Sustainable Development encourages young people to consider how they can contribute ideas and take proactive steps to help achieve the SDGs in our country. The role of children and youth as both drivers and beneficiaries in sustainable development is crucial and well established. Young people possess a right to express their voices and take an active role in shaping decisions that affect their futures, a principle outlined in the 1989 Convention on the Rights of the Child. Their inclusion in multi-stakeholder partnerships aimed at achieving sustainable development ensures that initiatives are not only inclusive, but also responsive to the needs and perspectives of future generations. A significant challenge lies in designing and implementing targeted, impactful activities that empower youth to advance the SDGs by 2030 and reinforce their role in the evolving UN 2.0 agenda. Such engagement demands innovative strategies and concrete actions that enable young people to become advocates, leaders, and active contributors to sustainable solutions. UP Cephal Philippines, alongside its committed partners, have taken meaningful steps to create opportunities for youth involvement. It is essential to continue supporting and expanding these initiatives to realize our shared vision of sustainable development. Through these efforts, we can ensure that young voices are not only heard, but are also instrumental in driving transformative change. Events like this one have generated significant momentum by involving youth in sustainable development efforts aligned with the SDGs. This collaboration should mark the beginning, not the end of our commitment. Moving forward, taking concrete actions that bring tangible results will be the key. Our College of Development Communication is committed to supporting and seeking more joint initiatives with UPCFAL Philippines to champion the rights of children and youth. Together, we aim to provide meaningful platforms for them to share their voices and actively participate in shaping a sustainable future for all. Long live our youth. Mabuhay ang ating mga kabataan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cabrera, for sharing with us the message of Dean Tirol. This officially concludes the launch of the Susie for Sustainability book series. I hope that we can continue to find engaging ways to promote the sustainable development goals to children and the youth. Let's hear interesting talks of more speakers this afternoon. There is a forum entitled Amplifying Voices, Fostering Youth Involvement for Sustainable Development, and that will begin at 1 p.m. Now, the youth has oftentimes been viewed as on the road to development. While this is true, children are not only developing, but in truth, children are. And you have been evidence of that. Thank you for continuing to choose to be the change and promote change through targeted, scientific, and a co-produced approach. With that, mapagpalayang pagbati sa inyong lahat. Sustainable Development Goals. This afternoon, we are going to delve deeper into how various sectors and we as a society can foster and strengthen youth participation through programs and initiatives. Again, I am your host and moderator for this afternoon, Maria Hazel Preclaro Ongtenco, an assistant professor of literacy education at the UP College of Education, University of the Philippines, Diliman. Welcome to our audiences here, on site, and online. Amplifying Voices, Fostering Youth Involvement for Sustainable Development is part of our overall event, Leaders of Tomorrow, Developing Pathways for a Sustainable Future in commemoration of United Nations Day last 24th of October. We would like to thank the following partners who have made this event possible. National Youth Commission, United Nations Development Program Philippines, United Nations Children's Fund Philippines, Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated, and University of the Philippines Volunteers for Children, or VFC. Before we begin with the sessions, may we remind everyone to please observe silence while the discussions are ongoing. And for our virtual participants, kindly mute your microphones. There will be later a Q&A portion in the event. So if you have questions or clarifications for our speakers and panelists, you may reserve them for later. Now, to formally open the event, may we call on the President of the University of the Philippines, Honorable Angelo Jimenez. Let's give him a round of applause.
Maraming salamat. Maayong hapon sa atong tanan. I'm so happy to be here today. I just arrived from Singapore to launch UP's international ventures. We call it Ventures in International Transformative Academia. And the reason I'm doing that because I'm trying to reach out to OFWs, offer them free UP degrees. No? Through online, ODEL, we call it Open Distance e-learning. That's a trend today to probably the future of education. And we were thinking about the 10 million Filipinos, stock estimates at least of Filipinos overseas, and we're targeting a certain percentage in order to move masses of Filipinos overseas from lower paying jobs to higher paying jobs, and from higher risk jobs to lower risk jobs, and serve the national interest by increasing remittance by a few more $1 billion for a little program of UP that can. But anyway, today this is something related because education for all is one of the key goals of the social development, the sustainable development goals. So anyway, thank you very much, a representative from the Philippine Youth Commission, and of course from CIFAL, and a very powerful and big delegation from the UP Los Baños, a branch of the university that is very close to my heart. I spent 2 semesters there, and I still miss it. As a matter of fact, every time when I feel the stress in Diliman, I go there and feel a different kind of stress. Anyway, thank you very much for your very dynamic involvement. And of course, the head of UP-CIFAL, Director Michelle Palumberit. And of course, I'd like to mention a special visitor that we have today. Kasama ko po siya sa Board of Regents ng University at kasama ko dito sa college na to. Ito po yung home college namin. I'm talking about a very brand new lawyer, Attorney Rene Co. Rene, can you please? Former student regent po. No? Nag-abot kami when I was still a regent. And of course, isa ring former student regent na inappoint din natin sa administration ngayon, Ms. Assistant Vice President for Student Affairs, Ms. Shari Oliquino. Kasama ko rin po sa Board of Regents ng UP. Ang nasa UP ngayon ay former student council, 2, no? And then may mararating pa mga more, no? As there is a turnover para yung mga napagod na pwedeng palitan. So ngayon, kami na ngayon ay isang officially student council government. So thank you very much. And wala dito si Agham, no? But anyway, we are here, as you know very well, to amplify the voices that will shape our future as we delve into how the youth, the leaders of tomorrow can drive pathways towards a more sustainable, just, and resilient world that you know. It is an honor to be here in your forum, Amplifying Voices, fostering youth involvement for sustainable development, which brings together the University of the Philippines, your national university, the only national university in this country, UP Sifal, please don't ask me to pronounce this French, very long French meaning, but you can check it out with your modern youth these days. You're very familiar with digital technology, please do. And today's discussions reaffirm the youth's critical role in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, a blueprint that envisions not only a sustainable future, but an inclusive one where no one is left behind. The Philippines is a country blessed with 31 million young people, 31 million young people, ages 15 to 30. I believe that the median age in the Philippines is 25. It used to be 23. Alam niyo yung median age sa Italy over a decade ago? 48. I mean, half of their populations are above 48. That's a very aging population. I would not mention any others. No? Ang Italy lang kasi I saw it a few days ago. This significant, this 31 million people like you. This significant segment of our population holds tremendous potential. You, our youth, are not only the inheritors of the future, but indeed its architect and builders. Gas-gas na yun, but let's try to give it meaning. Your proactive engagement, your voices, and your ideas are vital to shaping policies and practices that align with our collective goals for a sustainable planet. It is no coincidence that the UN has called for an intergenerational dialogue, recognizing the invaluable contribution of young people in decision-making processes that impact not only your generation, but those that will follow you. Your insights here today, and we hope that you had a very engaging exchange of ideas, will help us explore how youth-oriented and youth-led initiatives are transforming communities here and around the world. Together, we will examine how to advance our youth participation, strengthen your rights at the grassroots level, and amplify your voices in achieving these SDG goals. At UP, we believe that education is a powerful enabler of change. We have to believe that, of course. We are UP. Through this event and with the dedicated efforts of UP Sipal under Director Michelle Palumberit, Dr. Palumberit, we aim to provide you with knowledge, tools, and partnerships to actively engage in this monumental journey. The Sustainable Development Goals are a call to action, 17 of them, for equality, peace, justice, prosperity, planet, and the collaboration across borders. They are also a call for solidarity across generations. This forum in particular underlies the importance of SDG number 5, which I think you know very well, gender equality. SGD number 10 on reduced inequalities. SDG 11, sustainable communities. And SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. All areas where your voices and action can drive meaningful change. As we begin today's dialogue, I encourage all of you to engage fully, to share openly and inspire one another. You are not just the voices of tomorrow, you are the champions of today. I'm banking on your passions, your vision and dedication. I am confident that we can achieve a future that is not only sustainable, but relentless and inclusive for all. That's a formal part. A few days ago, in fact, several weeks ago, I attended a meeting in New York on the Summit on the Future of the Earth. This summit was predicated on the possible failure of the Social Development Goals. It was said in that summit, we had a side summit on education leaders, that since SDG was pushed, since SDG came into being by 2 Colombian activists, the world has only achieved 17% of its goals. As a matter of fact, in many other fora I had attended with scientists from all over, from university-based scientists, they're saying that commitments under the COP25 to ensure that by 2030, the Earth's temperature does not exceed 1.5% of pre-industrial stage. The science is alarming. It seems that we will exceed. And if we exceed, the science says that the planet cannot survive as we know it, at least. These are very scary stuff. And so a group of universities come together and decided to use our particular unique position as a moral force. And I use knowledge as a moral force if this knowledge can help the planet. But it is kept in universities, it is a big moral issue. There is a challenge for universities today to ensure that what happens inside can impact the world in general, societies in particular, and most specifically, communities, especially those that are hosting universities. The goal was to integrate SDG in education. I am very worried about these things. Because why is the world not slowing down, or at least confidently slowing down to make sure that we are not going to fall into the precipice? Why? And I said this to the international community of educators. We need to have new forms of cooperation in order to solve planetary problems. Think about it for a while. Problems of the planet. What generation has ever been faced with this very important question? Your generation today is being asked to confront, solve the problems of the planet. That was never asked of my generation, although we were starting to talk about it. And that was not asked in generations past, older. Why is it being burdened on you? And I have some deep insights that I shared with university presidents all over the world. CIPAL, of course, is part of the UN system, and I love the UN system. I work with the UN system. I was a consultant with the UN system before I became UP president. My particular advocacy is migrant protection. You see, the international system today is governed by what? Political scientists, the state system, right? We have over almost 200 states all over the world, and they band together in many supranational organizations, the most famous of which is the United Nations. But let me tell you frankly, let me go back 500 years ago. The state system emerged after the 30-year war in Europe. Remember the 30-year war in Europe? The Germans started to begin to realize that they are nationalists, and they went up against the Pope. And Germany was then called the Holy Roman Empire, the German nation. No, it was not Roman, it was not an empire, it was definitely not holy. No, but and so they created nationalism. And after the 30-year war, where millions of Europeans died, they met in a little place in Germany called Westphalia, and they put up the Treaty of Westphalia. And what did the treaty recognize? They recognized for the first time in human history the idea of the existence of a sovereign state that is only loyal to its own government. And this is where the problem lies today. The state system, particularly the Westphalian concept of the state, was not designed to solve planetary problems. It was designed to minimize dynastic wars that was plaguing Europe by establishing national identity. Today, national identity is a challenge if you're going to talk about planetary problems. Let me tell you something. Global warming, the existential threat that we face today because of the over-reliance on fossil fuel. You know how it contributes most to global warming? 26% of global warming today is contributed by China. And I said this in front of educators from China. 16% is contributed by the United States. EU and India contribute 7% apiece. You know how much the Philippines contribute? 0.48%, less than 1%. Even if we turn climate kumbaya tomorrow and refuse to use fossil fuel, that's impossible, it will not affect the world much. And you cannot meet in the UN and tell the Chinese and Americans, stop using fossil fuel today. We are going to break 1.5% degree increase by 2030, our global commitment. They will not do that. You know why? Because their government will fall. Because government are still based on sovereignty of the people, and that is the prime loyalty of governments all over the world. I hope you understand this basic concept. And I'm saying this for a strong reason, and because you are here today. And here's another concept I'd like to tell you. If the environment is a system, it is a system. What you do in one part of the earth can affect other parts, because we are the globe, the weather system is a planetary system. You touch one, it affects the rest. That is why you can buy carbon credits. If you're polluting in Europe, you can buy carbon credits in places in Asia that produces carbon credits, so that you can offset the destruction of the environment in Europe by supporting a carbon sink in Asia. You're familiar with the concept of carbon credits, right? Young men and women? Okay. The other one is poverty. Poverty, our most important problem. It is a 1,000-year-old problem that we still, despite modern technology, haven't produced any final solution yet. And a few years ago, I read a book, and it said there are 1 billion people who are hungry in the world today. 1 billion. This world hunger, right? There's 7 billion world population in the world today. 1 billion, that's a lot of hungry people. But there are 2 billion obese people. 1 billion are hungry, 2 billion are overeating. So, and it can tell you that the calorie producing capacity of the world today far exceeds the requirements of the hungry. The world can feed itself. So there are structures of inequality that is preventing us from making sure that we can eradicate hunger or health. And these are political systems, economic systems that are globe girdling. And so comes to my point, medyo delayed na ako. If the planet is a system, if the global systems of hunger, disease, poverty are global systems, there are global structure that undergirds the system, there can be no such thing as an isolated act. If you act in your community today, it can solve world hunger. Actually, yung no such thing as an isolated act, hiniram ko yun kay Che Guevara, yung sabi niya, the POCO, the war of the small. Aktivista ako dati, kaya ginagamit ko pa rin yung mga terms ko. There can be no such thing as a isolated revolutionary act, sabi ni Che Guevara. And that applies today. And this is my point. I have said this in many international forums today, that the center of struggle today is in our communities. I told you, we are a system. If you act on your community today, you can solve the problems of the world in concert with other young men and women acting in their communities today. Because the problems are systemic, globe girdling. I'm telling you, the United Nations, the state system, United Nations. The state system was never designed to confront planetary issues. Perhaps lower than that, not even the state, perhaps cities, barangays, and community youth organizations can solve problems. Here's a key concept I'd like to share with you today. Think about this, young men and women. I'm trying to impress to you today the globality of our communities and the community in the very concept of globality. And that is in the world today. More than 50 years ago, technology has proclaimed the death of distance through jet travel, internet, no, not internet, but telecommunications. They have made the world smaller. Today, digital technology has not only killed distance, it is challenging the very notion of distance. Remember how you survived COVID, young men and women? You use social media, right? How old are you? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. If you are that age and you survived COVID, you are the most innovative generation in human history. Why? The biggest coping mechanism of the human species is its social nature. Look at your history and look at crisis that has beset humankind. We have survived never alone, but as a group, as a community, as a family. And that goes into our natural social nature, that we need each other. When they tell you social distancing, incidentally, wag kayo maniwala social distancing. That's a wrong term. Only physical distancing. Because socializing does not have to be face to face. When they ask you not to be close to each other, you use SOCMED. You innovated. You use technology as a medium of social interaction, and that's how you survive. You are the greatest innovators today. And so I'm saying this now, our challenges should be act in our communities. That is the only way we can solve the problems of the world, if all of us act in communities. For over 100 years, and I go back to my university again, we have always had this motto, honor and excellence. This year, I added service. And I have instructed a review of our curriculum of the entire university to ensure that service is embedded in the learning process. And the learning process is embedded in service as well. That is why the UP's motto already is honor, excellence, and service. Or in the longer term, honor and excellence in the service of the nation. Last week, we launched the first AI conference called AI Horizon, Artificial Intelligence. And in that conference, I asked our AI leaders, UP was the first to come out with an AI framework. I told because we offer PhDs in data science and artificial intelligence in the university today. I told them, I want to put up some kind of a competition. I'm going to ask the youth from UP and all over the country to solve community problems by just walking across the street to their communities using AI. I'm raising this challenge today. They're trying to come out with a format now. And I said, I don't want to give a 5,000 peso reward. Sinong papansin sa 5,000? May billion naman, no? So, magre-raise tayo ng funds. But I want the youth to be focused on community action. But remember this. Remember the globality of our communities today and the community in the world today. We are a global community. And all our communities are global because what? Our actions in the community is the only way we can actually act together in concert to solve many of the issues that the young people are faced today. So ito po yung concern natin. I wish I could go further with some of the programs. But this is our call today. We cannot rely on the international systems. We can work with it, of course, but we can only rely on ourselves. And the best way to express our confidence, our commitment, our determination to ourselves and our commitment, especially to SDGs, is to design actions in our community. The world today is as community. The venue of action, the venue of struggle is in our communities. And this is what I hope you will respond to and embrace in the world today as young men and women of the Philippines. I have already called for an organization of SDG youth, no, SDG warriors. I don't know what you call that, but we will start in the university, we'll start in our communities, we will start in the Philippines and spread across Southeast Asia, our neighbors, and hopefully reach the world. And perhaps the leadership would come from the Philippines because we can do it. Daghang salamat.
I would like to invite all of the speakers to come up on the stage as we have a photo opportunity. Okay, so I'd like to invite Mr. Bradley Go, Mr. Alfred Opis Dicto, Mr. Ranzi Calderon, Ms. Tasha Tanhutko, Ms. Shari Nina Olikino, kindly join us, and of course, Dr. Michelle Palumbarit on the stage. As they come up on the stage, we ponder on the words shared with us, okay, by our President Angelo Jimenez. Thank you for reminding us that student government can permeate systems and that student governance can actually permeate systems and organizations, and that we can be in the position to effect meaningful change. Yes. And as we take a look at the role of the youth-led initiatives can answer the call to action, hopefully for the realization of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, all of these is to try and address local, national, international, and planetary issues. Okay, so President Jimenez reminds us as well that there is no such thing as an isolated act. And may this be an invitation for everybody to take on the challenge and to remember that also, a quote from Che Guevara, the best form of saying is in being. Okay. With that said, Nelson Mandela also said that the youth today are the leaders of tomorrow. So as we strive to achieve a sustainable society and future, we recognize the fundamental role of the youth in decision-making and social reformation. With this, we are honored to give the floor to the UN Resident Coordinator of the Philippines, Mr. Gustavo Gonzalez, who will deliver the keynote address.
President of the University of the Philippines System, Honorable Angelo Jimenez, Chairperson of the National Youth Commission, Mr. Jose Francisco Ortega, Director of UP CIFAL Philippines, Dr. Michelle Palumbarit, development partners, and of course colleagues from the United Nations country team. Good day. Allow me first to congratulate all the hardworking women and men behind this very important dialogue. Today's event is extremely timely and very much needed. When I look at the theme of the event, it echoes the recent discussions amongst global leaders and head of state in New York last September at the margins of the UN General Assembly, where the Secretary General called for the Summit of the Future. As you know, the Summit of the Future was a call made by the UN Secretary General for the simple reason that our world is heading off the rails, and we need tough decisions to get back on track. Conflicts are multiplying. Our collective security system is badly impacted by geopolitical divides. Many developing countries are unable to support their people due to the ongoing financial crisis. The climate emergency is destroying lives and devastating communities. So more than ever, there is a need of a collective, a powerful and reliable vision for a better future. The Summit of the Future concluded by the adoption by member states of the Pact of the Future, which is in fact the roadmap for humanity around a series of strategic commitments. One of the key components of the Pact of the Future is the Youth Declaration. The reason of such declaration is obvious. Today's generation of children and young people is the largest in history, with most of them living in developing countries. In the case of the Philippines, young people represent almost 30% of its population. So by championing intergenerational solidarity and finding creative solutions even in the most challenging of circumstances, young people remind us that a better world is still possible. We know that youth are nearly invisible in position of power and are becoming increasingly frustrated with being tokenized, marginalized, and ignored. And this needs to change. And the Pact of the Future, with the Youth Declaration, is part of such change. So I encourage youth representatives in the Philippines, the academe, the business community, to use the Pact of the Future and its Youth Declaration as a tool for action. As we know, the Youth Declaration includes commitments to urgently address critical environment challenges. There is a clear commitment to strengthen cooperation in response to demographic trends and to invest in quality education for all, including digital literacy to bridge the so-called digital gap. The commitments are followed by 11 actions that will help us to institutionalize and monitor what we are doing to safeguard the needs and interests of future generations. These include, for instance, leveraging science and strategic foresight, moving towards long-term thinking and planning, and encouraging evidence-based decision-making. With this declaration, we also commit to equip the multilateral system, including the United Nations, to mainstream long-term thinking and future generations into policies and actions. Another important element of the Pact of the Future is the Global Digital Compact. Such compact recognizes the significant role of digitalization in ensuring the youth can face the future head-on. As we see, young people are at the front and center of digital innovation, and their creative minds, of course, can transform this world in the best way possible. That's why our UN country teams support the implementation of programs that enhances their digital skills. Technological advancement like artificial intelligence, if not properly regulated, can cause inequalities that may negatively affect the youth in the future. It is for this reason that UN Philippines continues to work with partners in developing people and youth-centered artificial intelligence practices. We will shortly start, in close coordination with the government, the first ever artificial intelligence readiness assessment that will allow us to identify risks, gaps, and the state of preparation to a transformation of the way we work, the way we produce, the way we decide, and the way we interact as a society. So once again, congratulations for bringing the issues of youth, development, and sustainability at the heart of today's discussion. On behalf of the United Nations country team, I wish you a productive and engaging debate. Maraming salamat po. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your excellent message, Mr. Gonzalez. There are a lot of issues that the youth and the generations face, and therefore we heed your call for collective action and intergenerational solidarity. Yes, there are youth and they're 30% strong, and they need to embrace being in a position of power to be seen and heard. Gustavo Gonzalez also reminds us to try and look into the pact of the future. It is something that the United Nations Summit for the Future had put together. So that is something that we could learn more about in the future. To start off the event, we look into the role of the national government in advancing national and global youth participation towards sustainable development. So for this afternoon, we have Mr. Bradley Go, brother of Commissioner Representative Bianca Go, to deliver a message on behalf of Chairperson Joseph Francisco Ortega. Let's give him a hand.
To all esteemed guests, youth leaders, and fellow youth, isang makabataang araw sa tanan. Allow me to read the message of our chairperson and CEO, Undersecretary Joseph Francisco Ortega. Good day to all our participants of the Leaders of Tomorrow, Developing Pathways for Sustainable Future. The National Youth Commission acknowledges the vital role that young Filipinos play in advancing sustainable development on both national and global levels. The Philippine Youth Development Plan, PYDP, serves as our guiding framework, aligning with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to empower youth as drivers of change. Through the PYDP, we prioritize youth involvement in key areas, including climate action, social equity, economic empowerment, and gender equality. By supporting youth-led projects and youth-centric initiatives, the NYC strives to strengthen the capacities of young people to take on critical roles in national progress and sustainable development. In collaboration with the University of the Philippines, CEFAL Philippines, the United Nations Development Program Philippines, 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Inc., Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, and UP Volunteers for Children, the NYC is pleased to support Leaders of Tomorrow, Developing Pathways for a Sustainable Future. This event, held in commemoration of the United Nations Day, underscores the significance of youth participation in achieving the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, with a focus on SDG 5, gender equality, and SDG 10, reduce inequalities. Young people today are not only the leaders of tomorrow, but also the active change makers of today. Their creativity, commitment, and forward-thinking approach are indispensable in addressing the urgent issues of our time, such as climate change, inequality, and economic challenges. Through strategic partnerships and inclusive platforms, we are creating spaces where youth voices are heard, enabling them to participate in shaping policies and driving sustainable solutions. The NYC remains committed to supporting and advancing youth involvement through the PYDP and fostering a sense of ownership and responsibility. By building strong networks locally and globally, young Filipinos can amplify their impact and drive systemic change, ensuring a sustainable and equitable future for generations to come. Together, let us cultivate a generation that is empowered, proactive, and ready to take on the challenges of a rapidly changing world. Isang magandang araw po sa lahat. Mabuhay ang mga kabataang Pilipino. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley Go, for that message on behalf of Chairperson Joseph Francisco Ortega. Now, we will explore the role of organizations in reaching the furthest first, securing the rights of the youth at the grassroots level. Let me introduce the expert who will be speaking about this topic. As the Adolescent Development and Gender Specialist at UNICEF Philippines, Mr. Alfred Opis Dicto co-leads gender-responsive strategies and integrates adolescent-centered approaches across various UNICEF initiatives. His work encompasses youth, leadership, governance, public health, and public policy advocacy, collaborating with various local and international developmental and humanitarian organizations. Additionally, Alfred is also the founder of the Youth Work Research and Training Center and the Positive Youth Development Network, PYDN, an organization dedicated to creating safe spaces where all children and youth have equal opportunities to realize their full potential. He is a registered nurse with a master's degree in development management from the Asian Institute of Management. Our dear guests, let us welcome Mr. Alfred Opis Dicto.
Thank you for that kind introduction. Hello to the president of UP Philippines, Sir Angelo Jimenez. Good afternoon, and to our guests. So thank you so much for having UNICEF Philippines here. Again, I'm Alfred. I'm the Adolescent and Gender Specialist of UNICEF Philippines. And I think I would like to start with asking, what is your climate story? If you think about it, what is your climate story? I think in the country, nobody is living now without his, her, or their own climate story. And my climate narrative, the most distinct one, is actually the reason why I am in children and youth programming. Way back when I first graduated from college, I graduated May, and Yolanda happened 2013 of November. And that was a very tragic event for me. I was a scholar of American Nurses Association. I'm supposed to go to the US and work there as a nurse. But I come to realize that if I follow that path, what will be my narrative, and how will I face my 17 pamangkins now? If they ask me a question, what did I do to build a better future for them? And then from there on forward, I started working in development organizations. I've been in 81 provinces of this country. I've been to many places, having a conversation with young people, children and youth. And that becomes my life and my professional life. So a decade after, I am here now. What I do, soft and ground, and how I do and we are working in these Philippines to ensure that no child is left. Next, please. So this is my topic, reaching the furthest first, securing the rights of youth at the grassroots level. But since I am a specialist by nature, I will also try to walk you through what are the acceptable framework and how do we see really meaningful children and youth development work. For us to be part of the system, or as you said, for us to be able to deliver change at scale, because sabi nga ni Sir kanina, while the battle really is in our community, for us to be able to, change the narrative of this country and in this planet, we need to be able to do things at scale. And if we want to do things at scale, we need to be able to understand the system and where we, in where we. Next one. First, I want to share with you a youth-led initiative responding and looking at how and what are possible ways that young people can actually contribute in responding to disasters. Let's play a bit.
Sino ba naman ang hindi makaka-relate sa bisikleta? Lahat naman siguro tayo ng bata na try magbisikleta. What if kaya pala nilang mapakinabangan sa pagre-responde at pagtugon sa sakuna? Ako po si Edren M. Lanillo from Team Padre Rescue, Barangay Umanday, Bubilyon, Pangasinan. Pagkatapos ng sakuna, nagsitumbahan ng mga puno, poste ng kuryente, hindi makapasok mga four-wheel vehicle sa makikipot na daan, dapat mabago to. Madami kasi akong nakikita na mga nagbabike dito sa barangay namin. Perfect match yun. Bisikleta po yung naisip namin na mabilis at epektibong makakalusot. Hindi lang sila nag-i-enjoy, kundi nakakatulong pa sila sa kapwa nila tao. Ang Go Bike Project ay mountain bike na mayroong mga first aid kits. So yung mga Go Bikers, sila yung trained and equipped sa first aiding, disaster reduction management. They have one common goal, to save lives one ride at a time. Yung proyektong ito, hindi lang nakatulong sa komunidad, kundi nakatulong din sa sarili nila. Naniniwala po kami na ang kahandaan at pagtugon sa sakuna ay tungkulin ng bawat isa. Ang mga kabataan yung magsisimula ng partisipasyon na yon. At pag nakita to, makakamtan natin ang ligtas at aktibong pamayanan.
Thank you. So that video is one of the video like supported by UNICEF Philippines through the Positive Youth Development Network, and it shows exactly how a passion of one individual can create ripples of change. Now, this was the film was produced around 5 years ago, and up until now, they've been training almost, I think I would say 80 to 85% young people in their own municipality, making them not just as a passive player in making their community disaster resilient, the families disaster resilient, but really making part and being involved as part of the movement. Right? Because here, despite it's still low tech, you can see that how a passion of one single individual can actually put change in their community. Next one. So what do we do in UNICEF Philippines, and how we make sure that we reach the furthest behind young people and ensure their participation. For us, participation is really part of our DNA. We don't do our work in all our work. We ensure that there's a meaningful and ethical participation there, ensuring that it's with children and for children and youth. Next one, please. So I want to start with this slide, because sometimes we thought that youth participation is just a bonus. It's an incentive. It's just their hobby. Dapat meron siyang may ganon. But no, actually participation is a right. Karapatan po siya. And just like any other rights, young person, children, adolescent, and youth are entitled for their rights. Kahit sino sila at nasaan sila. So it's not an incentive. It's a right. So dapat karapatan siya, dapat panagutan siya ng ating mga duty bearers, at dapat tinatamasa siya ng bawat kabataang Pilipino. And I will tell you why this is important. Next one. Before that, I will walk you through with the lenses. The problem sometimes emerge, it's because we are using a wrong lens or a different lens other than a rights lens. Sometimes we just look at example, young people as an asset lens. They will be the workers of the future. They are super talented, and therefore we need to engage them. Yes, it's true. But how about those who are not in school? How about those who are not talented? Sometimes we look at them as beneficiaries. Ay,
Anong gusto nila. They are just beneficiaries. Kailangan nila ng ayuda, bigyan natin sila ng ayuda. Wala silang out of school youth, bigyan natin sila ng, wala silang school supplies, bigyan natin sila ng school supplies. Kulang sila sa training, bigyan natin sila ng training. But have we ever asked young people in disadvantage? Kasi what if hindi sila ganun? What are we going to do? Sometimes we look at it in the lens of deficit. Persons with disability yan eh. Bakit natin sila i-engage? Mahihirapan lang tayo sa program. The only correct lens to look at children and youth participation is the rights lens. Rights lens. Karapatan natin sila. Karapatan nila ang participation. So regardless nasaan sila, sino sila, ano ang kakayahan nila, ano ang pangyayari sa kanilang paligid, they have still the right to participate.
Yeah. And that's it. That's the right space program. This don't take over.
We recognize that merong evolving capacity ang isang bata. Hindi mo tatanungin sa national consultation at i-invite sa Congress, for example, ang isang 9-year-old. Diba? Kasi hindi pa yun kakayahan ng bata. Hindi yun sa evolving capacity niya. But of course, hindi mo bibitbitin at sasabihin sa isang 20-year-old na bitbitin yung nanay sa loob ng clinic para magpa-check up about the person's sexuality and reproductive health. Diba? Kasi kaya niya nang mag-decide para sa sarili niya. We also need to take note of that. Next one. And why is it important? This is the child rights triangle. So this is the triangle that looks at participation, provision, and protection. If you are a child, especially in your first decade, 0 to 10, most of the time you'll have enjoyed
Protection and provision coming from your duty bearers. Kaya parang siya, I want my duty bearers to actually fulfill my rights.
obligasyon nyo yun eh. Karapatan ko siya bilang bata. You need to provide and you need to protect me as a child. But when and inconsistent with the evolving capacity of the child, pagdating niya ng second decade, starting 10, 11, 12, the adolescents and the teenagers, hanggang mag-youth siya, dapat meron ka ng lente ng strong participation. I am not saying that young people below 9 cannot participate. They're actually participating. Even a newborn is participating. Sa pag-iyak niya pa lang kasi gutom na siya, that's participation. Right? You just need to look at it and appreciate it and see it. So kapag lumaki na ang isang bata, ang participation takes a crucial role. Bakit? Kasi magpa-participate na ngayon ako para tulungan ko yung mga duty bearers how you can provide services better and how you can protect me better.
That's where participation comes in. Because I will now
influence you, how you can protect me and how you can provide me based on my needs and context. That's where the participation is very crucial. Next one. And these are the features of meaningful participation. Isipin nyo yung mga event na pinag-participate nyo or activities na pinagawa nyo sa inyo before kung meron silang features na to. Because if one of these features is actually missing, you are not doing meaningful participation. First one is space. Meron bang espasyo para mag-participate kayo? And is that space physically, emotionally, and psychologically safe? You know, safe space. Hindi
lugar kayo, and then para sa kanila participation nyo. Is that space being provided
actually safe for you to be able to voice your true opinions? Next is voice. Dapat meron kayong boses. Dapat meron kayong boses na nagpa-participate. It means you have sense of agency. Your asset is actually developed for you to be able to raise your voice, right? And have your concern. Next is audience. Yes, may espasyo nga kayo. Meron kayong boses. Pero, sino ba ang nakikinig sa inyo? pinapakinggan ba kayo? Like, kasi sometimes kuda tayo ng kuda, pareho lang naman tayo pinag-uusapan, din lahat tayo youth leaders, wala din nakikinig sa ating tamang audience. And why is it for? For what it is for, right? Next, and which is the most important, influence. So may sinabi kayo, nag-inig yung audience, ano ang ginawa nila sa sinasabi nila. In the last study I read from a global
headquarters research facility of beauty center. They're saying that almost 85% ng kinakatalang representative in a global conference that includes
or the conference of parties, they felt they are unheard. At wala namang ginagawa sa sinasabi nila. Right? Influence is ensuring that yung sinasabi ng isang bata, napapakinggan siya at inaaksyonan siya. That's why example, the CFLGA or the Child Friendly Local Governance Audit in Nepal, they are piloting it right now. They will not just be satisfied on, meron kayong kinonsulta yung mga youth, which is usually yung nangyayari, kinonsulta yung mga youth. Hindi sila tumitigil doon. Tinatanong nila, ano yung laman ng konsulta, paano siya ni-reflect sa program and policies, and paano siya in-evaluate. So it's that full circle in ensuring that we are accountable to the voices of young people. Next one. So that's the meaningful participation, and these are the modes of participation. So this is also like a unique framework. The lowest one, participation.
sometimes no
Participation is actually better than having an exploitative and harmful participation. Right? Na napag-participate yung mga bata but it's in a harmful way. Hindi natin tinitingnan yung kanilang kaligtasan at karapatan. The common one na ginagawa in most of the developmental organization and government is consultative participation. Yeah, most of us, including UN systems. Really, that's the list we can do. We consult and we ensure that your voices are reflected in programmings, in policies that we have. Next is collaborative participation. It means that parehong may boses yung kabataan at saka yung decision makers and they agree on common things. So they are equal, co-leadership, co-partnership, and they do things together. The highest form of participation is adolescent or youth-led participation. It means that yung kabataan yung mag-decide, siya ang nagpaplano, or even siya ang nag-look for resources. Pero nandun, dahil kaya ng kabataan, papabayaan natin, right? We're still there.
Okay, so very quick, each one goes always together, youth development and participation.
Youth development, it means, next one, it's for the youth, and youth participation is with the youth. So youth development and participation. Next one, so how does it look like? In youth development, for the youth, we need to be able to have all of this as much as possible, lalong-lalo na if you're running an organization or you're leading an organization. You cannot just say, priority namin yung youth participation, but it's not in your outcome level result. So, di ba, it's not just a means, it's an outcome in itself. So we need to be able to put it here at a higher level of result. And sometimes we say evolving capacity of children, we need to work on. Ang kailangan po natin most of the time is evolving capacity of adults and institutions to work with children. Kasi sila mismo hindi sila kampante sa kakayahan nila makipagtrabaho sa mga bata. Next one. So for working yung kanina, this one is working with the youth. We need to be able to ensure that hindi after yung participation ng mga bata, part and integral, and we are trained how safeguarding and protection policy that we can and we are prepared to do meaningful participation. So next one. So these are the features of good accountability. Bottom line, they are consulted and they can give feedback and we are acting on their feedback as needed. If we find something wrong, and the next one, and they can recommend on how to do it better. This is the most important.
And this is how participation contributes to sustainable development
Goals. So this is the SDGs, and I would say the owner of that should be the state and the government, right? The government is required to give safe spaces, protection, and service provision. And if these are present, positive youth development happens. That starts with enabling environment, having agency assets, and therefore you contribute and you participate. By doing that, you actually deliver participation, not just an added manpower, but at the same time, innovation. We can give and provide different lengths of solving problems and achieving the sustainable development goals. And if we want to make it happen faster, we need to be able to have a lot of partnerships. And sabi nga ni Mr. Jimenez kanina, new ways of doing things, new forms of cooperation. Yeah. But the bottom line there, participation is very important. Very important. Next one. So in the use of very specifically and concretely right now in our CPC9, so that's a fancy program we cooperate for 9 for the last 5 years. I've been yung part Philippine Development Plan. We are entering a new
today. So what we're doing right now is we're working with the government to look at and model intervention that actually works on
localities in the Philippines and sell it to the government, especially with the National Youth Commission, for scale. So we want to test it if the model would actually work, and then from that successful model, we'll scale it. So gone are the days that we will do a lot of pilots and then after that, medyo wala siyang nangyayari or yung kanyang viability for long-term success is medyo mababa. Now we're doing a deliberate modeling and we want to change behavior this time and challenge existing norms. And one of that very strong norms is bata ka pa at wala kang magawa. Yun, the common narrative on that one. Or maniniwala sila sa inyong magagawa kayo, may magagawa yung kabataan, pero kapag humingi kayo ng pondo to actually do it and give teeth on it, and then that's a completely different story now, right? Okay, next one. One good example is what we're doing right now in summer. So in summer, this is a Kabataan under the CHIPACA program, a joint program for addressing teen pregnancy by WHO and UNICEF Philippines. So basically, this is a co-designed intervention, including aning lamay na yung paan sa tinaan na nilisign na loob, meron sa loob, pag hanggang we're not serving ng service, nandun yung makapat. So really, young people, service users, and the entire process. And don't tell us that young people cannot be part of monitoring and evaluation. They can. They just need to be capacitated and provided as okay. So I guess that's it for my next slide, please. For my quick talk. Next one. Yeah. So
this is what youth development and participation is. So it's youth development
for the youth, next one po. And participation, it's with the youth. Next one. For all, regardless of abilities, vulnerabilities, and marginalization, especially those with persons with disabilities and of diverse genders and girls. Next one, that's for all, in all phases. So from policy making, planning, and evaluation. Next, in all levels, from hearing their voices at home to acting on their demands at the global level at all times. Yung next po. In development, humanitarian, and peace-building initiatives. So it's not an excuse na dahil may disaster, walang youth participation. Participation is still a must and it is possible. Okay, so next one. So that's a professional side and as a personal side, as I mentioned, I have a 17 pamangkin and this is the youngest. We are old and really is a promise to borrow up but I may not be able to build the future that you want, but I can build this and build future. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Alfred, for that substantial discussion. I think what he shared for this afternoon does call for a paradigm shift in a lot of mindsets. Yeah. A paradigm shift that allows for a new view of the youth as a participant rather than as a recipient, and for self-efficacy in adults so that they can view the youth in a new way. So he also did share with us the importance of providing space, allowing the children's voice to be heard, allowing children to have an audience and to be an influence. but all of this within a safe space. So that said, that the youth has a great impact on society as both drivers and beneficiaries of change. So as we commemorate the United Nations Day through this event, let us view the following messages from UN Secretary Anton Guterres and the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. The UN Day not only marks the anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations, but it also celebrates and highlights the tremendous global impact that is brought by collaboration. Let us watch this video.
The United Nations was built by the world for the world. Since 1945, it has been the place for countries to unite behind global solutions to global problems. Solutions that ease tensions, build bridges, and forge peace. Solutions to eradicate poverty, spur sustainable development, and stand up for the most vulnerable. Solutions that deliver life-saving relief to people living through conflicts, violence, economic hardship, and climate disasters. Solutions that level the scales of justice and equality for women and girls. Solutions that tackle issues that were unimaginable in 1945: climate change, digital technology, artificial intelligence, and outer space. In September, the General Assembly adopted the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. Together, these milestone agreements will help ensure that the United Nations system adapts, reforms, and rejuvenates so it is fit for the changes and challenges around us and delivers solutions for all. But our work will always be rooted in the timeless values and principles of the UN Charter and international law, and in the dignity and human rights of every person. In today's troubled world, hope is not enough. Hope requires determined action and multilateral solutions for peace, shared prosperity, and a thriving planet. Hope requires all countries working as one. Hope requires the United Nations. On United Nations Day, I call on all countries to keep this beacon for the world and its ideals shining.
Today, in the Palais des Nations, we celebrate the 79th anniversary of the creation of the United Nations Organization. Founded in 1945 after the hardship of World War II, the UN was created to promote peace, security, and cooperation among countries.
Since then, the UN has evolved into a multifaceted organization with 193 members and 2 observers, as represented by these flags. With the mission of addressing global challenges such as peace building, alleviating poverty, overcoming inequalities, and combating climate change. To implement its vision and mission, agencies such as the United Nations Institute for Training and Research have been playing a vital role in these crucial areas.
Established in 1963, UNITAR has been the primary training and capacity building arm of the United Nations for over 60 years. It has been our mandate to enhance the effectiveness of the United Nations and its member states by providing training and support in areas such as peace, security, and socioeconomic development.
Last year, we provided learning and knowledge sharing services to over 500,000 people around the world. Our work focuses primarily across 7 pillars, including multilateral diplomacy, economic development and social inclusion, environmental sustainability, peace and humanitarian action, and the implementation of the Agenda 2030.
We pride ourselves in working towards building inclusive societies and promoting equal opportunities for all. Our mandate is to deliver the highest level of excellence in training, education, and capacity building to empower communities, individuals, governments, and organizations across all continents in areas spanning from education, health, safety, security, new technologies, urban development. It is a great pleasure to invite you to join us on this very special occasion. Happy United Nations Day.
So, UN Day is also a celebration of collaboration. Collaboration between all member states. It is through the inclusive partnership of multiple stakeholders and sectors, such as the youth, that societies can truly achieve sustainable development. Okay, so before we proceed to the rest of our forum, we will have a 15-minute health break. So please be informed that PM snacks are served at the Ambient Hall, and this is the room located on the right side of the theater. We look forward to seeing you back here at 2:50. Okay? We shall see you in 15 minutes. Maraming salamat po. See you later. Are we ready to begin? Okay, let's get settled as we begin the second half of our afternoon program. Thank you. So to continue our discussion on our next topic, it is about youth mobilization strategies for advancing the SDGs. So joining us to lead this segment is the Executive Director of the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated, Mr. Ranzi Calderon. Ranz Calderon. Ranz Calderon is currently the Executive Director of the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated, a youth-led, non-government organization that forwards the UN Sustainable Goals. He is also a member of the Youth Alliance for Freedom of Information. Prior to this, he was formerly the National Director for Training and Events of International Youth United and the former Executive Director of Good Gov PH, a recipient of the Youth for Integrity Award during the 2020 SDG Youth Awards. Additionally, he served as the Assistant Creative Director and Head of the Community of Linya Linya for 3 years, and occasionally does communications consulting with various NGOs and startups. He recently founded, together with his friends turned business partners, Bus or Business Unusual Studio, a creative agency that seeks to help MSMEs in the digital space. So once again, let us welcome Mr. Ranz Calderon.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Um, gising pa kayo? Nabusog ba kayo kanina? Napunta ako sa challenging na oras on speaking in front of you. Ito yung mga times na gusto nyo matulog, gusto nyo mag-slack down, pwedeng mag-scroll na lang sa TikTok, or mag-check ng Reels, check on Messenger. But allow me to tell stories. So I was tasked to give this talk, Youth Mobilization, Strategies in Achieving SDGs. But allow me to talk about stories of bayanihan for the global goals, which we started in the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines. Coincidentally, this event is in part with the United Nations Day, which is also our 8th year anniversary. So let me talk about the 8 years of the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines. Next. Siguro hindi ko na explain kung ano to. Medyo force of habit lang na when I give talks on SDGs, the very first slide is to introduce all 17. Raise of hand, if alisin yung slide, who can tell me all 17 Sustainable Development Goals? Baka may prize ako dyan, malay nyo, di ba? Raise of hand, who can? Wala? It's fine. Hindi naman requirement na sa ulo natin yung 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Hindi naman pagalingan to ng SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, SDG 3, good health. Hindi naman to pagalingan nun. Hindi rin to, pag tinanong kita ngayon, it's not a quiz of how many targets and indicators of SDGs are, hindi. But who can answer? It's good to know kasi kanina it was mentioned that we're just in 17% world On the benchmark of NEDA, currently 16.3% for the Philippines. That's 232 indicators of 169 targets. So there's a lot more to be done for the Sustainable Development Goals. But let me, again, I'll take this time to talk about stories of Bayanihan. And in order for you to get context on how we start on the Bayanihan stories, let me talk to you about how we started. Next. The 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated started with one Facebook post. This post. It was September 17. Na-immortalize na po namin yung Facebook post na yan. The 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines is a product of a workshop in UNDP Bangkok last June of 2016. Then our founder, Jules Giang, came back to the Philippines and gathered youth leaders to start the 2030 Youth Force. Fun fact, kaya siya 2030 Youth Force was because it was that year kung saan nagkaroon ng Star Wars, The Force Awakens. So kaya siya Youth Force. Walang sobrang lalim na dahilan kung bakit. Yun lang yun. Pop culture reference lang siya. So we all started with one Facebook post. Next. We started with building SDG ambassadors, building 17 regional coordinators, and building an idea of how can we tap the Philippines in order for us to show the force of the youth in sustainable development. We built this. Next. The ACE framework. We started with the ACE framework. The ACE framework is to activate, collaborate, and educate. Noong 2016, we believe that it is vital for us to activate. Kailangan matap namin yung mga taong kailangang itap in order for us to mobilize people. It's vital to collaborate because in collaboration, mas maraming natatap na network. One example is our long-standing relationship with UPCFAL. UPCFAL has been with us since 2016 when Youth Force started. Tanda ko noon si Fal din yung nag-workshop sa amin on what SDGs is all about para ma-capacitate yung mga leaders ng Youth Force. And thus, educate. Because nung nagsa-start ito, jargon ng SDGs. And ironically, when 8 years after, it is still this framework that is being used. We need to activate, collaborate, and educate. But years ago, when we have a lot of strategic planning, a lot of design thinking, etc., we delve deep into the idea of the ACE framework and mas pinalawak namin ito na nasa next slide. And naging 5 siya. Education of what SDGs is all about, what sustainable development is all about. Skilling. In order for you to know all of these things, you need to be skilled. Diba? Upskilling, you need to learn new things. Because you're already skilled enough, you need to learn new things. If you're aware, maraming green jobs out there, pero hindi equipped yung human resource natin because they're not skilled in that sense. Tulad ng sinabi kanina ni ng president, 'di ba? Parang there are a lot of skills that need to be tapped on, and kung kanina nandito rin kayo kanina umaga, hindi na siya pag-uusap tungkol sa anong gusto mo paglaki mo, kundi kung ano yung skill or ano yung meron kang mabibigay. Gusto mo bang mag-work alone, gusto mo mag-work within an environment, etc. So you need to be upskilled with that. Awakening is an idea of people not yet equipped with the capacity for SDGs. Sabi ko nga kanina, di ba? Ironically, 8 years after of the Sustainable Development Goals, some of the youth are still not in line with what Sustainable Development Goals is all about. So we need to awaken them. Influencing is you guys, youth leaders that knows the SDGs but doesn't know how to use that knowledge in order for you to create impact on the communities. So basically, it's still the same ACE framework. We need to activate you, collaborate, and educate. But medyo mas komplika namin. Doon, balik na lang tayo sa ACE framework. Para masaya siya. Next. And the first story is volunteer mobilization. In 2019, when the first global action campaign happened, and the first SDG awards happened in Bonn, Germany, 2030 Youth Force was nominated as one of the mobilizer category. And we won the People's Choice Awards. Ask me how. Share. Facebook shares. We mobilize all of our network to share Facebook. Kasi yun yung criteria nila on People's Choice Awards. Diba ano lang, padamihan na ng votes yung text votes, People's Choice, etc. And one thing that I remembered on that when we got that People's Choice Awards was kaya natin mag-mobilize ng tao. Kaya natin with one vision, with one purpose, kaya natin mag-mobilize ng tao. We didn't won the mobilizer category, but we're fortunate enough to be one of the first 3 nominees. Another nominee during that time was Project Liab. Likhang Yaman Galing sa Basura was a project of 2030 Youth Force that created, that puts solar lamps in one sitio in Pampanga. At tinuruan din silang gawin yung mga garbage nila into charcoals. So, those 2 things that happened in 2019 was because we mobilized volunteers. That's the first story of Bayanihan. Next. Every September of every year is the anniversary of the UN SDGs. It coincides with the Global Week to Act for SDGs. Again, in 2019, marami nangyari pre-pandemic eh. Tandaan niyo pa ba yung mga nangyayari pre-pandemic? Or habang ginagawa ko itong presentation na to, is a look back on memory lane. Because imagine, in 2019, we put up or we lobbied in a House resolution in that picture, in your right, na lahat ng batas ay dapat merong coinciding na Sustainable Development Goal. Natapos na siya doon. Well, may nag-exist na open government promises, etc. But more than that, it is a milestone for us because it is something that we need to act upon. Nangyari tong lahat sa isang buong linggo. Nagkaroon ng mural sa Quezon City, nagkaroon ng kapihan, nagkaroon ng cultural walk sa Intramuros, at nagkaroon ng iba't ibang SDG conferences across the country during that time to introduce SDGs. Reintroduction and introduction of SDGs during the Global Week to Act for SDGs. Lahat ng ito, ginawa namin ng pag-mobilize ng mga tao at leaders ng 2030 Youth Force. Binabalikan namin to ngayon na grabe nagawa pala namin to, no? Nagawa namin to. And imagine that's 5 years ago. What's constant with the Youth Force, Rans? If you will ask me what's constant with the Youth Force, I'll start with the next story. The SDG Bayanihan Summit. The the SDG Bayanihan Summit is an annual summit that celebrates Bayanihan, our identity. Noong 2018, naganap ito sa Quezon City, nag-gather ng mga youth advocates to create the first SDG Youth Agenda for the 2019 midterm elections. Pinag-usapan yung SDGs dito, na-create yung SDG Youth Agenda, na-create yung very first SDG scorecard ng na ginawa ng mga taong within the youth fields to check lang kung may pinag-uusapan ba yung senator candidate on SDGs or not. In 2019, coincides with United Nations Day again part din ito ng anniversary celebration ng Youth Force. Noong 2019, nag-tweak yung mga tao, cultural heritage, pinag-usapan dito yung sustainable cities, traffic, etc. And then the pandemic happened. During the pandemic, we created a platform for SDG Bayanihan Summit to gather content creators on what they are doing in order for us to advocate still our advocacies during the height of the pandemic. So, andyan yung mga kilalang tao possibly ngayon, mga content creators sila back then, content creators pa rin naman sila pa rin. Well, the SDG Bayanihan Summit is a celebration of global goal. Kung makakapunta tayo ng SDG, highlight super goals. We're in hundreds of partners together. Parang sa lobby niyo. Pero gawin niya siyang 100 na tao. So, ganun kadami yung goals. Kaya tinawag na bayan niya. That's experience. SDG Online Tambayan. The SDG Online Tambayan is our way of creating a space for everyone to talk about anything else. During the pandemic, naghanap kami ng paraan kung paano mabibigyan pansin yung SDGs. Sabi namin, uso yung podcast, di ba? Gawin natin sa video, gawin natin sa episode weekly. So, nabuo yung SDG Online Tambayan. Dati ginagawa ng Youth Force yung SDG Tambayan. But it's a mere sobrang interview to their level niya. Sobrang formal. Nung ginawa yung SDG Online Tambayan, usapan, ang dahom, pinag-usapan sa chicken lechon, sa mushroom, on sustainable farming, ganyan. Pinag-usapan doon yung familiar kayo sa mga tala at tula. Yes, sa SCG Online Tambayan si Ron. Ano pa? During the height of the then anti-terror bill, pinag-usapan din during that time yun. At marami pang iba. It went on for 1 whole year. You're seeing in the background the current SONA, pinag-usapan sa isang SCG Online Tambayan at nag-comment yung mga guests ng Youth Force. What am I saying? Regardless of what platform, regardless of whether on ground, online, or kung nasan ka man, there are a lot of things that can be done and can be used in order for you to achieve the SDGs. Kanina sinasabi yung creating impact one community at a time. At sobrang naniniwala ang Youth Force with that Because sometimes, as an organization, we would want to create large impact. Gusto natin malaki yan. Gusto natin sobrang impactful na. Gusto natin change the world every day. Little did we know that that one community at a time, one at a time, or at least, or one will create impact within.
So within our community, that's already creating triple impact. Tomorrow, many a large
saving the world right now, but it's small, yes. Pero nagke-create naman siya ng ripples. Which leads me to next. The vote for SDGs. The vote for SDGs is our program, project of the 2030 Youth Force since 2018, which is a campaign to vote for SDGs. Basically, that's it. Next year, there will be an upcoming midterm elections. And for the past 8 years of the 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines, ang ginagawa namin, we would want to localize. Got what we, minsan nakakalimutan namin na, kung ano, magaling tayong gumawa ng campaign, magaling tayong magsalita. Basically, we have that strength of that ACE framework. We are keen on activating, collaborating, and educating. And this is a product of that ACE framework, the vote for SDGs. In 2022, together with UPC FAL, we created the second Sustainable Development Goals Youth Agenda, which reached 1 million organically. Pinadala ito sa mga president and candidates of presidents and vice president. And right now, we're currently in process of consulting, collaborating with organizations to form the SDGs agenda for the 2025 midterm election. And I hope this as we mobilize the youth right now, we will press the SDGs.
we will develop communities with lives with
different schools in order for us to talk about what the SDGs agenda is all about and what vote for SDGs is all about. And for me, a lot of things can happen and a lot of things will happen. But if you're going to ask me what achieving the SDGs is all about in youth mobilization, it's all of these bayanihan. Maraming kwento at marami pang pwedeng ikwento sa loob ng 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Kulang pa ang isang oras sa mga bayanihan stories na pwede ko ibahagi sa inyo. Pero sana, tulad ng one Facebook, paano simulahin pwede sa inyo. May this also be your one Facebook story. If you started volunteering and partnering and collaborating with different organizations for this. That's why next slide. To partner with it. 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines Incorporated. So that we can together leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rans Calderon, for that very interesting presentation. May the force be with you and the youth. Yes. Very litaw na litaw sa kanyang presentation ang presence ng digital, no? And utilization of technology. We shall again talk about that during the open forum or the question and answer portion later. But for now, let us Listen to an overview from campus to community, amplifying impact of youth-led through partnerships by Ms. Natasha Tanhutko, co-founder of Tayo, Sustainable Strategies and Creative Consultancy. Natasha Manyosa Tanhutko is a Filipina designer, curator, and cultural worker, and the co-founder of Tayo, a heritage design studio and consultancy for nature and culture-based solutions. At the age of 15, she co-founded Kids for Kids in 2015 with her sister, a 100% youth-led movement to make every island a creative space for young people by establishing cultural spaces such as libraries, playgrounds, or classrooms as a climate solution. At the age of 17, she co-founded Tayo, House of Culture and Creativity, a heritage design studio and consultancy for culture and nature-based solutions inspired by her archipelago. She blends vernacular craftsmanship and contemporary visual design to contribute a new perspective to Filipino artistry and creativity for systems transformation and biodiversity regeneration. She is also the executive director of the Tukod Foundation, which forwards the legacy and philosophy of her grandfather and national artist, architect Bobby Manyosa, the father of Filipino neo-vernacular architecture. Once again, let us welcome Ms. Tanhutko.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Tasha. Thank you so much for having me here today. I think I've been really inspired by young people all my life. A lot of the work that I began 10 years ago, so I was 15, I'm now 25, all started because I work and loved being around the community and the idea of working together, or the spirit of bayanihan as mentioned in the previous talk. So Filipino culture really is so necessary in systems change. And today I was asked to give a talk about youth-led action and how to create partnerships and the value also of youth-led partnerships. And I wanted to highlight today also the main aspect of how actually all these partnerships end up working out. And the truth is, it really is deeply ingrained in our culture to want to work together, to co-create, to collaborate. It's very Filipino. And so the title of the talk I'll be giving today is In Culture We Thrive, how we don't have to save the earth, we actually just have to remember it. And these are some notes that I've learned the past 10 years in working in the youth sector and also working with trisectoral partnerships. So from government, corporations, private sector, and of course our local communities and indigenous people who are actually the ones in the front lines of this call for culture. So my sister and I co-founded Kids for Kids back in 2015. And prior to that, we had a long childhood of understanding the value of nature. A lot of people forget the reason why many people nowadays or our leaders don't actually think about how necessary it is to create change really quickly is because of this disconnect from nature, this disconnect from realizing they were also children once when they were younger. And I think childhood is really important because it establishes everything you end up carrying with you when you grow older. And so Kids for Kids became this movement where we wanted to allow young people to come together and to dream and to co-create a better future without being intimidated by the broken system that we were being faced with. And so what allowed Kids for Kids to thrive was because we started creating multi-sectoral partnerships. So I'll get into Kids for Kids a little bit more in a while. But in 2016, when we were a year into Kids for Kids, we realized there were a lot of companies and corporations, organizations asking us, how are you able to get young people to listen? It's so hard. Like they're always just on their phones. They're not really interested in wanting to make a difference. And we begged to disagree because we were able to gather over 250 volunteers in the span of 1 year. And this was just through a friend of a friend of a friend. We actually weren't on social media at the time. It was just who knew who was kabarkada. And that's how the movement began. And so in 2018, we co-founded Tayo. So Tayo, of course, means we, but also Tayo, meaning to stand up. It was this idea where we now wanted to teach older generations how we could actually create change together and that it was possible. And one of the main things, I guess, that we learned from Tayo was that we needed to incorporate Filipino heritage in everything that we did. And so I ended up graduating from UP in 2022. And a year after, my sister and I graduated from the Innovative Dynamic Educational Action for Sustainability in MIT. So I had my fair share of understanding what institutions were talking about when it came to sustainability. I mean, over the last few years, we were working with frontline communities at Kids for Kids, but also understanding what were the adults talking about. I think it was necessary to bridge these two things together. And so I was lucky enough actually last year to travel 17 regions of the Philippines to see what young people were talking about and what the adults were telling them about climate change. Because the hard part is that a lot of people forget that the Philippines is more than Manila. When we talk about sustainability, it's not talking about what works in Manila or what works even in a Western country. We have to be talking about what works for everyone, what works in our different islands. And so we often forget this whole backstory when we talk about sustainability. Where did sustainability actually come from? It came from our ancestors. It came from those that are willing to continue carrying their heritage forward and allowing that to actually transform today. And so, just so you know, a little background, about 6,000 years ago, a boat of Austronesians sailed from Taiwan to the Philippines. These are ancestors known as the Austronesians. And they were able to navigate the sea and the stars like the back of their hand. And so innately, maritime consciousness is within our culture. And so to be able to actually create climate action is something part of being Filipino. Our ancestors knew a lot about the way our environment worked. They didn't need to have computers or laptops or the latest data to understand what actually they needed to do to survive. And this genuine ancestral knowledge is often what's forgotten today. This heritage that has been passed down to us through nature, through our earth. And unfortunately, when we talk a lot about being in spaces like the academe or in government or in bureaucratic areas, this is the knowledge that's always forgotten. We often forget that we were kind of gifted heritage in order to be able to continue passing it on. There. So I'm showing you really pretty visuals also so that you kind of understand. It's more of a story I'd like to tell. What's really exciting is that we still have this heritage alive with each and every one of us. And it's something we just have to remember, we have to tap into. And so that's why we always like telling people, you don't actually have to save the earth. You know, this whole idea of saviorism is a complex introduced to us by Western standards, that we have to wait for someone to save us. But the reality is, we as Filipinos have already the innate knowledge to be able to get ourselves out of this crisis. Unfortunately, we are colonized, and so we forgot about this. We are often so enamored by the idea of wanting to be part of this global conversation about sustainability and about systems transformation. We often forget right in front of us, we are doing the exact same thing as the colonizers once did, especially in Manila, where a lot of people don't realize this really is not the Philippines. The Philippines is so much more, and it's so beautiful. And what our colonizers have taught us is that we're never going to be enough. And so we have to follow their ways. We have to continue exploiting our resources and our own people in order to make change happen. And unfortunately, that's what we see in our government. That's what we see in many places, many bureaucratic areas. But that's what we see also all over the world. The reason why we talk about pollution and fossil fuels and all these different things that are affecting our earth are because they are inventions of people that never remembered this ancestral knowledge that we were given. They never remembered the gifts that we were in charge of to take care of and to pass down to our children. Instead, we ended up doing the same as well. And it's not our fault. We just followed what was being taught to us or what was said to be a civilized nation. And so we did the same. But now a lot of young people are changing that. And I think that's what's so amazing to see. I think in the past few years, being part of a space that's very youth led, there's still so much hope left in young people. And I think that's what we have to learn about. And so the biggest crisis that's facing all of us, we talk about the climate crisis a lot, and this is repeated now in every single headline. But what we often forget is the real root of the climate crisis is actually a cultural crisis. People are forgetting to integrate the values of what makes them different, what makes them indigenous to a space, and how can that actually be our uniqueness to create global solutions to the climate crisis. So, what I've learned over the last few years, working with youth organizations and working on ground with different people and listening to people in the academe, even in the West, is that every single SDG can actually be solved by looking at our culture. If you finally are able to string together all the pieces of the Sustainable Development Goals, segregating them actually won't matter in the end. Because if you're talking about life on land, everything that happens on land will affect the ocean. If you're talking about both land and ocean, that's all that's going to affect the climate as well. So what happens with the SDGs is that we start segmenting reality. We start segmenting ourselves from the problem. And that is exactly why the problem still continues. It's because we forget that culture is the answer to why we're here and why we've survived all these years. And that's the only way we're going to continue thriving. I mean, we can learn so much from our indigenous people. They've been so marginalized, so disenfranchised all these years, and yet look how alive they are today. I visited 17 regions of the Philippines, and they are so adamant in really continuing their culture. And I think that's something so admirable, especially coming from a place where a lot of them really share the same struggles about being unheard, about really never being given a platform. And so I feel like every time I come back to Manila, it's always my role to let everyone here in Manila know that these are the people that we have to be looking at for our solutions. And all of them have these existing solutions to the climate crisis. They don't separate themselves from the earth. They are one with it. And this is the simplest foundation to sustainability. If we continue to consciously separate ourselves from the problem, from sustainability, and seeing how we can kind of, you know, be the saviors of this earth, we end up losing the entire essence of sustainability in itself. Because what happens now is that there's so many different people, so many different languages, so many different ways of understanding what sustainability is. But all of a sudden, we decided to box it into 17 goals that we have to continue doing and that we have to continue achieving, even if it's in a language not many understand. And so I'm not saying the SDGs are bad. I'm saying that what we have to start thinking about is we have to start questioning these systems that are introduced to us that promote sustainability, because are they actually sustainable? In the end, this is the sustainable development goals were the second part of the millennium development goals, and every year the United Nations will come up with something new to change the system to be able to create better change. But what was missing throughout all these years, it was this aspect of culture, this aspect of seeing that we have to kind of stop boxing in ourselves into segregating the parts of our ecosystem. And instead, we have to see it as a circle. So, which is why I assume they created this version of the logo to really show that sustainability is circular. But the problem with this also, and viewing it in this way, is we're still segmenting actually change. When in reality, sustainability looks something more like this. It's completely intertwined with existing systems all around us, and we can't actually segment them. This process of thinking in a very linear manner, where there's a part one, two, three, four, is very Western. Something very Filipino and something very innate to the Eastern cultures is seeing how the entire ecosystem is interconnected with each other. So when now we start talking about SDGs, I beg everyone to start also thinking about the human aspect to it, the cultural aspect, and how it has to be integrated in every single objective that we make. Because in the end, the cultures that have survived all these years throughout being disenfranchised, all their land, ancestral land being stolen to them from them, are the indigenous people. And they are the only ones actually that have the knowledge to keep us surviving. And so we actually have to continue listening to them, and we have to be able to champion them. So the real reason behind why I really talk a lot about vernacular culture and indigenous people is because we also often all forget we are all indigenous in our own ways. Indigenous means you come from a certain land and you grew up there. So me, I am indigenous to Manila. And that's something that we have to understand. How do we unpack our identity as Filipinos coming from different provinces or different regions? And how do we champion that to our highest level to really realize that the Filipino is capable of way more when we're proud to be Filipino? But unfortunately, if I put these group of people in front of, for example, the government, maybe give a speech like this, they won't be listened to. And it's not their fault, it's not our fault. It's the reality that colonial powers have introduced this hierarchy to us. Who are the experts on sustainability? A lot of people would say, the white guys. So I've had a chance to meet with these white guys, and they are decent people. They're actually really interesting to talk to. I've had the privilege of also learning under them. They are the advisors actually also to the United Nations when it comes to different bilateral discussions. And even coming from them, from senior lecturers at MIT, they have told me the exact same thing. The problem is colonialism has made us, people like us, believe that they have the answers. And now they're throwing it back at us to say, we are actually the ones with the culture. We are the ones with the answer. And we have to be proud enough to tell them that we have all the solutions. And so the secret actually to sustainability and systems change is we have to change this aspect that it's the SDGs that are going to get us to a sustainable world. What it actually is listening to our indigenous people and our local communities. So we have to change this mindset of segregating environment, society, and government, because creating tri-sectoral partnerships and all these things are only possible if we see each other as equals. I was lucky enough to be part of this program where it was possible. I had classmates from ministers in different parts of Asia and people that were actually working in government at the time, people that were also working in civil society. So it was a very interesting program where we were working on tri-sectoral partnership. But what was interesting about this program is no one was given a bio at the beginning. We didn't know who anyone actually really was, who was in our class. And only later on, through building personal conversations and friendships with them, you start to realize that you're having coffee with one of the ministers of Cambodia, or you're going out and dancing at night with some of the people that actually make big decisions when it comes to their corporations, like big sustainability managers. So that's what I really believe, again, that actually we need to learn from our indigenous people and local communities. That it isn't about survival of the fittest, but it's about survival of the friendliest. Who can we actually make friends with, and who can we actually make personal connections with? And luckily for us Filipinos, that comes very naturally to us, or it should at least. And so, what my friends and I decided to do was to dissect actually Filipino culture, to understand what is present in all 17 regions, and how can we actually champion this as a legitimate theory of sustainable change. The first one is understanding kalikasan, really understanding that whether we like it or not, the earth is actually its own system, and we are a part of it. We are not the ones controlling earth at all. I mean, you've seen the recent typhoons, and we have to actually talk about that. We have to understand that as kapwa, or seeing the person as the other, we really have to be able to see the trueness and the genuineness and the importance of connection, rather than seeing ourselves as individuals. So that's why the spirit of community is the only way that will actually come out with kabutihan, or goodness, or sustainability in itself is really only possible if we're able to kind of realize Earth is the bigger picture than us, and we are merely one of its citizens. And in the end, what connects all of this together is the idea of kaluluwa, or spirituality. So what's kind of crazy is that this program that I took in MIT, where all the processes that we're actually doing were inspired by indigenous cultures around the world. And that made me realize how crazy it was to think that a lot of people in our own homes don't listen to our indigenous people, because in the end, they have the answer to ginhawa, or this idea of collective, holistic well-being. So it's really important to be able to contextualize sustainability in your own culture, because then it becomes so easy to actually grasp and see the future. We aren't working towards some big and heavy goal. We're working towards something that we just have to remember that's within each and every one of us. And luckily in the Philippines, we are an archipelago. So the design of this system that we've seen is reflected also in our land and in our people. We have to start designing around the water, not just literally, meaning, in our cities, you realize that our waterways should be the passageways and the lungs and the veins of our cities, but instead they become the most polluted. So literally, we do have to design around the water, but also metaphorically, we have to see the water as a channel of connection that will allow us to unpack our differences. And so this idea of looking inwards that we have to start doing when we're talking about sustainability. It's what can I do for my country, but also what can we all do together at the same time for it in different ways. And so what I really learned is that the water should not be something we're afraid of. It shouldn't be seen just, it creates divisions, but it should be seen instead as a channel. If you realize, for example, you see how the water actually creates connections in our language. Because, for example, in the Philippines, we go to Malaysia and Indonesia, we all have similar languages. But for example, you go to Spain and France, they're on the same piece of land, but they speak completely different languages. So it just proves to us in the end that in order to really create active change for young people, we have to be able to see the water as connection, the idea of diversity as something important, and also understanding that governments and our leaders and our adults shouldn't see young people as tokens in forums or in talks, but really see us young people as people with dreams and really enacting them for serious change. And in a way that may be new and different, just like the kind of framework I presented today, but it's necessary in order for us to really create systematic change. We really have to break down systems that we've constantly been in a very echo chambered silo type of system. And we now have to make one that is a tapestry of our different cultures coming together. So I know I've run out of time, so I'm going to go through this very briefly and quickly. These are some applications of archipelagic design that have proven really that it is possible to create change. So going quickly through this, so Kids for Kids, again, I co-founded in 2015. And Kids for Kids was really a great example of this archipelagic change because we were really able to talk to people, to make friends with them, and that's how the organization flourished. It was tapping into the Filipino culture of bayanihan and barkada, and it was simple as that. There was no other heavy formula underlying Kids for Kids other than that, and we saw its success. We were able to see that instead of looking for sources of funding, it was looking for friends. How can we actually mobilize larger groups of people, and how can we make people be friends together? And that's what ended up arising all our different projects like Kamalayan. It's an art festival for awareness we ran for 4 years, where we realized a lot of people were saying the solution to the plastic problem was using metal straws. And we felt like that was just completely insane because that's another idea of, the capitalistic system telling us we have to buy into sustainability. So instead, we put together an art exhibit about indigenous knowledge and how could we actually solve the climate crisis. And it was through listening to them once again. We also do it in architectural design. So we work with an island community, Halian. It's a small island of about 1,100 people. And they were ravaged by Typhoon Odette, as many of our remote island communities are. We mobilized relief, but we realized in order for them to become a self-sustaining community, it wasn't treating them as the beneficiary. And what we had to do was actually see them as the amazing community they are. And this is what we hope more people can do when you work with your partners. It's not see them as someone you have to help. You have to see them as someone that is actually possible of being empowered and someone that can actually take up their own solutions and do it on their own. So all these different initiatives now existing on Halian Island are actually all spearheaded by the community themselves. And what's amazing is that because it's led by the community, they're empowered to continue creating these solutions on their own. And they've been really working closely together to create all sorts of sustainable livelihood solutions. And all of that, they're proud to say they've co-created together. And it's as simple as really allowing them to share their stories with each other. So we did create a book with National Geographic on their stories. So this is something we're working towards now in 2026, hopefully, is creating the first island school. We're redesigning DepEd classrooms because let's be real, they're not the best. And so we are now trying to figure out how really can we create an island school. We also work with corporations. So for example, PLDT and Smart, their corporate gifts. Normally they'll buy from a supplier and send it out to their clients. But instead, we told them communities in Lumban needed to be empowered. So at the time in the pandemic, these were all embroiderers of barong and they didn't have livelihood. So what we decided to do was to employ 200 people. We were able to also set aside some of the funding to redirect it to fund child abuse and exploitation centers in, I think, 12 barangays nationwide. And so there, just from that little shift we made in PLDT's gifts for their clients, we raised 2.4 million pesos for the people of Lumban. 2,000 flour sacks were recycled and 1.2 million pesos went directly to 12 barangays nationwide. So in the end, all of this change is actually completely doable and possible when we talk about culture. I actually personally was always intimidated by the UN and SDGs. And so when I was creating solutions, I decided to just look at culture instead. And it just so happened that our culture perfectly aligns with them. And so lastly, I'd like to share initiative that I'd like to invite you all to. We are opening Asia's first youth curated gallery and creative space to focus on talking about climate solutions with and for young people called Balay Yatu. Yatu means both earth and memory in Kapampangan, and the idea really is to collectively bring youth movements together under one roof in Manila to be able to expel and decentralize resources into our islands. So I know I'm a little bit over time, but this is the last slide. I'd like to invite you all to its opening. So it's called Pista ng Kapuluan. It's happening on November 30 at Museo Pumbata. It's going to be so much fun. We're bringing in the creator of Budots. It's really going to be a Filipino fiesta, and we're going to celebrate all the different youth achievements that we've had seen over the past 10 years of working with different youth organizations and celebrating it all together. Because in the end, the only really way to create collective liberation is to include joy in the conversation. We have to talk about how it's actually fun to create system change, and in the end realize that we were all once kids again, and all we actually had to realize was that we all ever just needed to be Filipino to make a difference. So thank you so much.
All right, that was a very informative presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Tanhutko. I would create a summary using a watercolor picture, but that's not possible. However, I do love the idea that you shared about collective liberty. And in her title, really, she summarizes it very well. In culture, we thrive, and the earth doesn't need saving. It needs remembering. All right. So thank you for that. We will now be moving forward and have Ms. Shari Nina Olikino. Okay. To further strengthen our discussion for today, Ms. Shari Nina G. Olikino, the Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs, specifically Student Affairs of the University of the Philippines, will provide a synthesis of what has transpired this afternoon. Round of applause.
Ayan, maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nag-organisa nung ating pagtitipon ngayong araw. Gising pa ba sila? O gising pa ba? Gutom na ba sila? Yon. Actually, ang hirap i-synthesize kasi I'm sure ang dami nating natutunan, hitik na hitik sa impormasyon yung ating session ngayong araw, no? All right. On a more formal note, kagaya nga nung kay President, meron siyang formal and informal. Once again, good afternoon, esteemed guest speakers and organizers. It is with great appreciation that I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who made the event titled Leaders of Tomorrow, Developing Pathways for a Sustainable Future, Amplifying Voices, Fostering Youth Involvement for Sustainable Development possible. A special thank you to our distinguished speakers for sharing their invaluable insights, which have significantly enriched our understanding of youth involvement in sustainable development. This gathering, held in commemoration of the United Nations Day, has illuminated the vital role that young people play in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The event was organized by UP-CIFAL Philippines and aimed to explore the impact of youth in promoting the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, emphasizing key areas such as SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 10, reduced inequalities, SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities,
SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and SDG 17, partnerships for the goals. This gathering served as a platform for meaningful dialogue and collaboration. The objectives of the event were clear and impactful. First, it sought to enhance awareness and engagement among youth people regarding the UN SDGs. Second, it examined the tangible impact that the youth can have in promoting these goals. Kaya maganda yung naging lineup ng ating speakers kasi galing din tayo sa iba't ibang larangan. All right? Third, the event identified opportunities for youth involvement and multi-stakeholder partnerships aimed at sustainable development. And finally, it underscored the vital role of the youth in propelling the UN 2.0 initiative and accelerating the realization of the SDGs by 2030. The event featured a series of enlightening presentations from our esteemed speakers, each contributing unique perspectives to the dialogue. We heard kanina from the president himself, no? Ano ba yung role nating mga kabataan sa community level? I'm sure lahat kasi tayo merong kanya-kanyang mga click na ginagalawan. So we have one in schools. Tayo rin, meron tayong role na piniplay sa ating mga pamilya. Pero kanina, in-underscore ni President Jimenez, ano ba tayo doon sa communities na ating ginagalawan? At paano tayo kumikilos para ma-realize itong pagkamit sa SDGs? Ayan. Dr. Felipe Polier, Assistant Secretary General for Youth Affairs, as the United Nations Youth Office presented highlighted the role of the youth in the 2030 Agenda and UN 2.0. His address articulated the urgent need for youth-led initiatives in achieving the SDGs. He encouraged participants to harness their potential for impactful change and to actively engage in the global dialogue surrounding sustainable development. Mr. Rance Calderon, Executive Director of 2030 Youth Force in the Philippines, offered his insights on youth mobilization, and he provided practical strategies for mobilizing youth efforts towards sustainable development, emphasizing the importance of collaboration and innovative thinking. His emphasis on actionable steps resonated deeply with the audience, inspiring many to consider how they can contribute to these initiatives. Particularly, nagustuhan ko rito yung pagpo-podcast, tama ba? Nabanggit siya kanina, isa yon sa pinapractice ng maraming youth organizations inside and outside the university kasi ngayon ang bilis-bilis maka-access ng mga estudyante, ng youth members at large no, sa internet. So maganda na nag-explore tayo ng creative ways para ma-mobilize or mapakilos yung mga kabataang Pilipino. Ayan. And then syempre, paano natin malilimutan yung presentation ni Sir Alfred Dicto from the United Nations Children Fund, yan, with the very, very cute closing slide, no? Nakita natin doon ano yung kahalagahan naman ng sustainable development sa pagkilos ng mga kabataan. And concluding the presentations, nandiyan naman po si Ma'am Natasha Tanhutko, co-founder of Tayo Sustainable Strategies and Creative Consultancy. In her talk, she explored how partnerships between academic institutions and communities can enhance the effectiveness of youth-led initiatives. Her insights provided a roadmap for future collaboration, emphasizing the collective action, which is essential for achieving the SDGs. My synthesis now resonates strongly with the sentiments already expressed by UP President Angelo Jimenez, who articulated in his speech last September 2023 the university's unwavering commitment to serving not only the nation, but also the global community. In an era marked by unprecedented challenges, he emphasized that the University of the Philippines stands not merely as a participant, but as a leader in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, alam yan ni Director Michelle. Kada meeting namin, ang dami-daming initiatives yung naisip talaga ni President, no, para i-advance itong SDGs. And we assure you na hindi ito yung huling event natin. Marami pa tayong aabangan. So sana ay kasama pa namin kayo sa susunod na mga activities natin with UPCFAL Philippines. This commitment is exemplified through the integration of sustainability principles into the university's curriculum and research initiatives, reinforcing the institution's role in fostering a more sustainable future. The Leaders of Tomorrow event, or this event, effectively underscored the vital contributions of youth, particularly our UP students present here today, kung nandito pa sila. Pero marami, kanina nakausap ko mga taga Quezon City University yan, very active doon sa kanilang Yes Org. Palakpakan naman dyan kung nandito pa sila. Ayan. It called for ongoing engagement and collaboration among all stakeholders, recognizing the voices of our youth and how crucial they are in shaping the path forward. By amplifying these voices and encouraging active participation, we are taking meaningful strides towards achieving a sustainable future for all. And lastly, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers once again and presenters for coordinating this wonderful event, and to all the student attendees or the youth attendees for your commitment to fostering positive change. Collectively, we can establish a trajectory towards a sustainable future driven by the vigor, ingenuity, and enthusiasm of our kids, of our children. Let us continue to collaborate, leveraging our combined abilities to surmount the forthcoming problems and to create an improved world for future generations. Once again, maraming salamat po. Magandang hapon at padayon po sa ating lahat.
Thank you very much, Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs, Ms. Shari Nina Oliquino. We shall now proceed to the open forum. We have a question and answer portion, and we would like to invite our three speakers up on the stage. First, Mr. Alfred Opis Dicto. He had shared this morning that child's participation or children's participation is a right and must be seen through a rights lens. We also invite Mr. Rans Calderon. Palakpakan po natin ang ating mga speakers. Okay, Mr. Rans Calderon also shared with us the role of digital presence when it comes to mobilization or mobilizing the youth. And finally, Ms. Natasha Tanhutko, please join us on the stage. Iminungkahi niya ang pagninilay paloob at kailangang balikan natin ang ating kultura para maunawaan at masolusyonan ang ating mga problema. Now, we are open for questions. We can entertain a few questions for this afternoon. Is there any question on the floor? Yes. Kindly say your name and your affiliation and your question.
Hello. Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. My name is Owen Lava po. I am the founder, president of the Downside Youth Association and also full-time senior high school in Laay Mocalada Conception School. Kilala ko si Mr. Renz is a one of the part of the STG Online Tambayan. Kasama ko po sila Sir Mark, Sir Emmanuel Punon, si Sir Jules Gugea po. Kami po yung mga original na SDG Online Tambayan po before.
Okay, and your question, sir?
Yes. My question is, sa kanila pong tatlo, unahin ko muna po si Mr. Sinto po. Kasi nabanggit niyo po, sir, is the children is, ang child po talaga, kailangan talaga ng guidance from the youth. Diba po? Para mag-create ng mga initiative program and implementation program. Right now, sir, because of the 21st learners is very impactful and talagang maikli lang po ang kanilang short funds of learning. Kaya sir, ang tanong ko po sa inyo, ano yung ma-advise nyo sa mga 21st learners sa panahon po natin ngayon na mas lalo po sila lumapit sa mga youth organization para ma-enhance po ang kanilang multiple intelligence or kaya yung kung paano po magplano sa panahon na ito. Pangalawa po, isahan ko na lang kay Sir Renz, no, dahil more on digital, no, ang inyong mga nabanggit kanina, more on sa SDG Online Tambayan, Ngayon sir, sa 21st century po ngayon, um, paano magiging digital citizenship responsible ang mga bata o mga kabataan sa ngayon na naka-integrate sa SDG 17 na mas maiintindihan nila? At kay ma'am naman po, sabi niyo po kanina, is the culture is the most important tools para masolusyonan ang lahat ng mga problems. Nabanggit po yan sa FTC 103 na society, culture, and society organization leadership na nasa education subject. Yes, totoo naman. Kailangan nating balikan ang ating kultura para masolusyonan ang lahat ng mga problema ng ating society. Ngayon po, dahil na-colonize tayo ng iba't ibang mga kultura na dumaan mula sa Amerika, sa China, sa Japanese, and whatever. Ngayon po, bilang kaming mga kabataan o tayo po, paano po natin maisa sa puso at maisa sa isip na kailangan nating pahalagahan ang wika at kultura na meron tayo. Yun lang po at maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Sir Alfred. You may go ahead.
I think if I got your question right, it's really kung paano natin may influence yung mga younger generations, and then we are now in our youth and we're entering into, like we say, 21st century learners. I would and we would always say in UNICEF that there's two types of trends. Like one trend that we are willing to accept and adopt, like that's a trend, or a trend that we need to challenge, right? Like for example, if we just keep on adjusting to the limiting or the decreasing number of attention span of our kids, we need to challenge the way and investigate further. Is this shrinking space for attention amidst very important conversation good for them? Because if it's not good for them, why we should continue feeding it? Right? So if we keep on adjusting, ano na lang, 5 minutes na lang attention span nila, we just need to create 5 minutes. No, that's a very marketing perspective. While it's important, we also, other than keep on shrinking and shrinking the time, can we further stretch, and train them to have better attention span? And building on the 21st century skills is really revisiting how we do teaching inside the classroom, how we improve communication, how we improve collaboration, how we improve teamwork, how we improve really working together and ensuring that my grade is not just individual, but we can get higher than if we work collectively, right? And if the kids are actually enjoying, they learn better. We know that, but our schools are ready for that. And to lastly, I would always say that how can we help that as young people? We continue to model it. I would always say that the best analogy for children is they are both a sponge and a mirror. They absorb all the stresses in the society. They are very resilient, but we shouldn't be satisfied with that. But they're also a mirror. They just reflect back to us what they are seeing. So if we model the behavior and actually ensure that what they absorb are good things, they will eventually transmit it back and reflect it back to us as something that we want to see from them. Yeah, thank you.
So we don't just respond to what we see, but we actually really study it. Okay, so Sir Rance, on digital citizenship and being responsible.
Excuse me. On being responsible and digital citizen, as a digital citizen, it is vital for us to understand that we are more than what we are online. Bakit ko siya sinasabing ganun? Kasi kailangan natin intindihin, or we need to understand that we are someone online and there are other person within that space also that is someone else. Gets? In order for us to be responsible, we need to understand that we are living in a space that there are other humans as well. So we need to go back to our roots na katulad ng sabi kanina ni Miss Tasha, pakikipagkapwa. Beyond other things na ang dami pong pwedeng gawin in the digital space, ganyan. But in order for us to be responsible as digital citizens, we need to go back to we are a person and there are other persons and people as well in that digital space. And just to add, no, that digital space that we are living right now is an innovation that is a tool for us to create possibly content, to create something out of something else as well, etc., etc. And that's and produkto ito ng maraming mga pangyayari sa loob ng maraming taon bilang isang tao. And kung tatanggalin natin yon, pag tinanggal natin lahat yon, babalik at babalik tayo sa pagiging tao lang.
Right. So remembering the kapwa in the digital space. Okay? And for paano maisa sa puso at maisa sa isip ang kahalagahan ng wika, lalo na tinanggal na po ang MTB-MLE, no? Or ang mother tongue in the classrooms. How do we value our culture and our language?
Thank you. I think I'm a very good example of this. So my first language is English, sadly. And I feel like this is a result really of this colonial mentality, and not necessarily just colonial mentality, but this idea of we kind of like making ourselves feel smaller. And it's sad that I can't speak Filipino as fluently as I wish. And I do blame it on the system, but also I'm trying my best to learn. But it's a perfect example really of why we have to start talking about this movement of decolonization. But decolonization not as erasing our colonial history, of course, because we can't reverse time yet. But the idea really is understanding how to reclaim our stories. And even if you can't speak a certain language, how can you still champion culture in your own way? So for me, I do that through design. I love working with frontline communities and researching and understanding what to me is Filipino. And that's exactly what carries on our culture. It's those who are willing to continue questioning what is Filipino, asking what it is, and not trying to seek one pure example and one pure idea of being Filipino, because the Filipino is an amalgamation of all these years of different people coming in and out of our archipelago, creating this geography. It's very unique geography that we have today. And how do we continue championing in our own ways the diversity of the Filipino and not being afraid to call something Filipino? So I think this is ultimately the fear, as mentioned, because we were colonized by so many different people. But we have to start reclaiming our stories and not being afraid to call certain things Filipino. It's like how we're okay with saying adobo is a Filipino dish. In fact, a lot of its ingredients are not endemic to the Philippines, but we know adobo as Filipino. And it's as simple as that. If us young people, especially the youth, we are walking cultural maps. So we are the ones that dictate which culture stays and which culture goes. And so as young people, it's important for us to claim what is Filipino and knowing that this is, or whatever to you is Filipino, to take that form.
Thank you very much. Definitely, we need to take a stand and we need to make a choice. It is also a challenge for us to be agentic and to try and discover who we are so that we could move forward and lead others so that they too can discover themselves and champion what we need in order to address the SDGs and all of the problems that our country faces. We actually had time for 3 questions, and that was 3 questions. So, shall we move to the presentation of certificates, or do we have one more? Yes, sir. Okay. While he is making his way to the microphone, we have one more in-house question or in-person participant. For our virtual participants, if in case that you have questions, kindly put them in. So that said, you may proceed, sir.
Isang makabayan at makakabataang hapon sa inyong lahat. I think my question is general. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Aaron Joseph Carey from the Far Eastern University International Studies Department, also an SK counselor in the city of Manila. I think one of the challenges the youth is currently facing right now for us leaders is actually encouraging them partake in this kind of social civic affairs. What was discussed by Ms. Natasha earlier is how do we look into the cultural lenses as Filipinos, no? I think the problem kasi na nakita namin or nakita generally by the youth is how to encourage everyone to actually take a stance in learning the cultures, the dynamics on the different roots that are actually woven into the very fabric of us Filipinos. The question generally goes as, what do you think are the primarily tactics that we can do as youth leaders to encourage the youth into having a more inadequate participation, not just in culture, but also politics and governance. That's what evidence.
Hello. Be relational first before functional. What does it mean? As a leader, kunwari ako, as a leader in an NGO, I'm the executive director, I have deputy directors with me, etc., etc. They have functions. Director for operations, for programs, special advocacies, etc. Human resource. But beyond all of those functions, they are someone who loves K-pop, who loves basketball, who loves sports, who loves Dota, Mobile Legends, etc. And what works for me in order for me to touch base with them is for me to be relational first. Mahilig ako kumain. Hindi naman halata. But beyond that, as a food, gusto ko lagi ito kumakain ng makain. Pakikipag-usap, ganyan. No, na. Because relational plays in on how works. Alam ko kailan lumakas, kailan tumaas. Alam ko kailan mababalik. Alam ko kailan siya pagod. Alam ko kailan na siya ay bumaba ng mga trabaho. Because I know her, I know them. And beyond all of those, I love going into meetings in houses. Because part of relational is also knowing them. Kita ang tawag sa mga sila. Kilala mo din yung kapatid, and beyond that, nagiging volunteer din yung mga kapatid, pinsan, etc. And now we build a community of advocates that knows each of us, and the proof of that works is I've been in the volunteer sector for more than 10 years, and I have friends who I've known since grade 6. So, be relational first before function.
Thank you for that, Rand. Would like to go next, Tasha? Alfred, go ahead. Go ahead.
I will have two questions on this one. One, on a personal level, is having someone work with different communities across the country. I would say that more often than not, we look at our person just as participants. We created something for them, and we are expecting them to attend or to participate. The easiest way to encourage them, you really start of what they want, and understanding what is it that they like, given the diversity of what we have in the Philippines, what really works from one community that won't work in that community, especially if you are SK. So the other, what is their drama, anong pakulo nila, hindi mag-work sa'yo because you're in a different context. So really understanding better who the people that you're trying to work with is really good, and it requires time. And it requires time. At an institutional level, now looking at it through the lens of UNICEF, or even at the national and international level, what we're seeing is really on ensuring children and youth participation is not a number. That's really, you need to plan it, put time on it, that requires a resource, not just monetary. It requires a lot of faith, a lot of faith, and it requires sort of expertise. If you want to do what you want to do, but you know, so if you're in a people, you're going to what word, your platform, or even the platform na kanila, it's really important. And we have a classifier model if you have time. You can look at it, but it looks at agency. Ano bang kakayahan nila to participate? To begin with, we expect them to participate, we expect them to be active, but do they have the agency to do that? As an institution that's a state and an institution, what our capacity? Are we ready? Do we provide an environment for them to participate? So that's S, that's the state or the institution. P is participation. Include them in the process from the planning. So it's very hard to refuse on something that you are part of creating, right? Bakit hindi ka sasali? Bahagi ka nga ng gumawa nito. So you are not a participant, you are an organizer. So why are you not going to join? It doesn't make sense, right? So make them as part of your co-organizer, co-lead. Don't be selfish on that leadership role. Spread it. If you can have 20 presidents in one club, then do it. If that would mean, spreading the leadership and accountability. I is inclusion. The more people that are there, the better. The diverse people that are there, the better. And when you do children and youth programming, they are the most inclusive audience I've ever observed. Kahit walang sign language interpreter, nagkakaintindihan ang mga bata. Kahit may deaf doon. It's just their magic. Kapag may naka-wheelchair at walang paraan umakyat sa stage, magbubuhat sila ng tulong-tulong. I would always say, especially Filipino children, they are naturally inclusive. Tayo lang yung nagdidikta minsan that they are not, and it's difficult to have an inclusive programming, but no, do not overthink it. Put safety in place, but do not overthink it. Kung isa-sacrifice yung participation, that's inclusion. And RE is actually resolution, like ensuring that people are seeing the result of their participation. Kasi magko-consultation tayo dito, mag-uusap, children and young people would recommend something, and the end of the day, wala namang mag-a-act doon. Hindi naman nila napagkikita yung pagbabago. That's why sometimes adults and leaders, they are afraid to face young people. Kasi sinusumbatan sila ng mga bata. Ang dami na naming sinabi sa inyo, wala namang nangyayari. Right? So, we need to be able to close it. There should be a resolution. If you ask for participation, they say something, you need to be able to explain it to them. This is how are we going to act in your recommendation. And if we cannot act on it right now, this is our reason, this is our explanation, because we owe it to them. Again, because it is their right. It's not just because we want them to participate. It is the right of every young person to participate. So thank you.
Thank you. Tasha?
Based on experience, I really see how, I guess, innately, I think inclusive Filipino children are, Filipino youth. I feel like it's part of our culture to want to be part of something bigger. That's why we have terms like saling pusa, because everyone's always part. And no matter how small you may be in the conversation, we really are naturally inclusive. It's only this Western hierarchy that introduced this idea of segmentation. But in reality, the Filipino is innately always looking out for kapwa. But I know the reality is a lot of us also talk about this idea of crab mentality in young people, this idea of also trying to kind of fit into this global global sphere of how can we actually, put ourselves out there. And what I've realized is the only way other people actually listen is when you're proud about how different you are. Because we don't want to be speaking the same language as what everyone else is already saying around the world. Because there's enough of that already. There are enough people talking about, what works in all these bigger institutions. We have to start talking about what works for us as young people and in the context of where we come from and where we live. So we also shouldn't be ashamed of talking about that and unpacking that actually into the room when we talk about discussions like this, because that's so important. Because when you find joy and care in a place, that's when you actually feel obliged to act upon something. It's as simple as that. If we find joy and happiness in something, then we'll continue actually wanting to care for it and showing other people that you should watch this, you should listen to this, you should read this. It's because you find happiness in that. And so despite this sector of, systems transformation and sustainable development being very, very doom and gloom, sometimes very sad and heavy, there always needs to be an element of joy in it. And again, Filipinos innately good at that. And that's why there's always these headlines of the Filipinos resilient. But we have to be able to call out those things also. Like we can't just, continue talking about and pushing away all the heavy, hard-hitting issues with joy. We have to use joy to be able to address those issues. And I think young people are wanting to be a part of something bigger like that. And that's how Kids for Kids worked. It was really what made people enjoy hanging out with friends in the mall. What made people like going with their barkada to, have picnics. Super simple things that people like doing together. Now, how can you transform that into doing that into doing now, using that, I guess, formula of friendship into doing something greater for your country. And that was a simple formula of Kids for Kids. It was like at an age of adolescence, everyone wants to feel like they belong to something bigger. Everyone wants to be a part of a community. And it's a time where we're looking to establish ourselves in communities. And so you have to be, again, open and inclusive to learning from different individuals. And you also have to be able to champion the diversity of everyone in the room, because that's what makes solutions work. It's not going to ever be it's not ever going to be solved if it's an echo chamber of the same people that work in the same groups, in the same organizations. You have to be able to diversify, you have to open up, and you have to realize that there's no criteria to be someone that can create sustainable change. So in the end, any young person willing and having that spark to want to kind of learn, to want to question, hone that, and that can grow leaders. And instead of leading, they are leaders that also serve. So I guess that's the kind of secret that I've realized working with young people from different parts of the Philippines is alive and active. And all we have to do is realize that culture is not a sector. Our indigenous people aren't separate from us. We are all part of the Filipino. We're all part of the Philippines. How can we work together and through our diverse differences actually champion unique solutions?
Such sage advice from our speakers.
Quick one, very quick one.
Ay,
But
one
please
more
lang.
point.
I have some happy news though. Like we are now UNICEF, UNFPA, and the Philippine government is commissioning this longitudinal study, and that tracks Filipino young people from 10 up until their turn 25, I think, and by the end of 2030, and that shows that most this is supposed to be to will make us happy. Most still of Filipinos young people are generally happy. And two of the reasons that making them happy is actually family and friends. So start where young people are actually happy and they just easily be attracted to participate. Thank you.
So one final question. Yes, please come forward. Kindly say your name, where you're from, and your question.
Good afternoon. I am DJ Kyle Asilum. I am a member of Hil Kabataan Ugong. And the question goes, for a situation that demands attention on a global scale, it is imperative that knowledge about the SDGs achieve attraction. But sometimes the expansion is slow, which makes learning about it tend to feel more like a privilege. Many communities around the country are still not familiar with these goals and targets, which is concerning, knowing that we only have a few years left and still so many targets not met. As a public administration student, I am well aware that local governments, whether we like it or not, play a huge part in this predicament. With that in mind, what are practical ways where they can be quickened, or the local governments can quicken and not hamper the process of disseminating such vital knowledge that could make and break or break the world that the future generation would live in?
Thank you for that question. In 6 years, within 6 years.
Okay. That's a really interesting question. I definitely think the hardest part and the reality is that the SEGs, it's actually a very niche topic. It not many people know about it, but everyone knows about Filipino culture. So I think that's what we saw and found successful when we did field work in 17 regions, is that let's use Filipino culture as a basis for sustainability. And in the end, the SDGs will follow. Because in the end, everyone really wants the same things. We want ginhawa. We want holistic wellness for each and every one of us. We want to be able to find happiness and purpose. And let's simplify it for our people. And instead, and with us having the privilege of knowing what the SDGs are, or what the UN is, all these different, I guess, goals and targets, it's up to us now to kind of dismantle this system, and how can we actually integrate it now more back into understanding Filipino culture. Because as much as the SDGs are all great and we do need to achieve them, they're so big and heavy for a lot of people that actually need to bring food to the table. Like, I'm not going to think about 17 steps that I need to take to be sustainable if my priority is to feed my family. So let's let's talk about culture first. And once you hone that, let's see what people can take and what they can consume. And then from there, being lucky enough to be able to digest all these different systems. Now, you as quote unquote sustainable leaders kind of take up this task in order to see now how you can kind of channel these solutions into bigger systems. Because in the end, sustainability really only comes from the innate care for our earth and the innate care to not just survive but thrive. So we also have to think about it from the perspective of the people that we're working with and the people that we're faced with, rather than, for example, talking about what will the UN approve. Because in the end, we're all on our own. Let's be real. Like the UN is made up of like 6 big countries funding everything. And we have to know that reality. We can't wait for the UN to save us. They haven't saved Gaza. So let's now talk about our people first. Let's see what we can do within our culture. And then us being lucky enough to take in all these big systems, how can we now bring this knowledge in and connect them together?
Thank you, Tasha. Alfred?
It's a difficult question, but I would say that when we do advocacy, for example, we need to have 2 layers. I would always say, one, it's always good to go to the grassroots level. That's one. But also we need to have another layer of work that influence policy and put pressure to people who are accountable. Again, children and young people, you are rights holders. Karapatan nyo yun. And the fulfillment of SDGs is your right. And it's beautiful that you are participating because everybody has a stake on SDG and can contribute in the SDG. But it's our government's mandate to actually deliver all of these things. So one of the capacity that we need also to hone and develop is that while we reach out to these communities and really help and create localized change, is also in parallel, there will be groups, or if you can do it yourselves, that will also put pressure and demand to our duty bearers what is due to the children and young people, and really claim that right. And in most of the SDGs, if it's not fulfilled, it violates the rights of children, the rights of a child. So if we demand for the fulfillment of the child, as much as possible, our government will take action. As mentioned by Tasha, UN is an entity. It's been helpful for a certain extent. It has lapses on certain extent because it's not a perfect organization. But in the Philippines, the resources of UN, specifically UNICEF, is very, very small compared to how much resources this government, the Philippine government, has. So at the end of the day, if we're gonna deliver change at this level, at all levels, at a certain scale, you need to be able to look at resources. And again, it's the responsibility of the state to look at and ensure that these things are being delivered. Young people are rights holders. State are actors and duty bearers. They need to be able to deliver these things for us and will be there to participate and co-lead this change for us. So we need to do that on that level. Thank you.
Very important point, Alfred. Yes.
I have 3 things. Una, tapusin niyo yung mga kinakain niyo. Ganun kasimple lang. That's the most practical approach of sustainable development. And that's Filipino culture. Patayin yung ilaw pag matutulog na, gumamit ng baso pag magtutoothbrush. Kumain pag kakain kayo, yung kaya nyo lang. Laging sinasabi sa atin yun eh. And that's the most practical approach in achieving the SDGs. That's SDG 12, SDG 6, and SDG 7 already. Ganun lang kasimple. Yun yung una. There are a lot of simple things that you can create impact to that achieves the SDGs. You just don't know that it's achieving SDGs already. Pangalawa, sustainable development, just like mentioned earlier, is addressing the needs of the future without compromising the needs of the present. Katulad ng sinabi ni Alfred kanina, we need to have policy in place while doing grassroots approach. That's how Vote for SDGs is all about. If you want to have practical approach, email us, co-write the agenda of the SDGs agenda with us by next year. Kasi yon, we will lobby it to those policymakers that we will elect next year. Third, vote. Kaya nabuo ang Vote for SDGs is to have something na laging tinatanong tuwing election forum, ano po ba yung checklist namin para bumoto? Ano po ba yung mga kailangan namin? Now, we created Vote for SDGs in order for you to have checklist. It's maybe jargon for us, pero babalik tayo dun sa pinakauna ko sinabi kanina. Be practical. Pag tinanong ka, paano mo ba ma-achieve yung SDGs? Eh di kainin mo yung mga kinakain mo ngayon. Magtipid ka. Mag-ukay-ukay ka imbes na bumili. That's fast fashion already. Ang dami natin, and voting is already SDG 16 as well. So there's a lot of practical things that you can achieve through SDGs just by simple things. Commute, public transport, ang dami. So check all of those things that you are already doing in achieving the SDGs.
And another material that you could use is something we've come full circle that was launched this morning, which is Susie for Sustainability book series. So it is something that was presented this morning by UP Cephal and of course DevCom 144. They were able to make a series of books that try to explain the SDGs. They have made 5 books so far. So that is something you could maybe take a look at a little later. And that I think is material that you can probably take with you and, share with others so that you're not empty-handed. But I guess we could end the question and answer portion with a quote again from Guevara, that the best form of saying is being. Okay, with that said, to formally close the event, we call on the director of UP Cephal, Philippines. Please give a hand to Dr. Michelle Palumbari.
Yeah, so it's been really a full day, but I know we tremendously learned a lot from our excellent speakers from today's event. So we not only highlighted the initiatives and potentials of the young people in addressing the issues, various issues, climatic, environmental, socio-cultural, and political. As far as I know, I've learned a lot on my part. With that, I know that we all are tired and we want to go home. But again, thank you so much for your time. You stayed with us and for sparing your time for today's event. For sure, we will have more engagements with the youth next year. And please visit our website and social media account on further events of UP Cephal Philippines. We would love to see you and partner with you in our future events. And thank you, Professor Hazel, for your work and for your patience. Sana makaulit kami sa'yo. Okay, sa inyo. So with that, thank you so much. A great day to all of us, and please stay safe.
To our speakers, Alfred, Tasha, and Rans, kindly come up the stage. Everybody, please come forward. Isa pa raw photo op. Okay, one group picture with everybody, all the participants. So please come forward.